It's so weird. Like I can do my finger back and forth on the thing like I do for FF12, where you go. You see how it's like it only is picking up like it's not picking up all of it. It is so fucking uneven with how it registers inputs at that level. That's bullshit.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Ahoy, peasant! Do you see anything? No, sir. Just water, sir. Oh, wait a minute. I do see something. Well, what is it? Oh my god, sir. It's a man. It's a man being chased by a chainsaw guy. Yeah? So? He's not running, sir. He's just walking. He's just walking away from him. Finally found him, man. The bravest man in the universe. Sink the anchor! Sink the anchor now, and you! Go help the stranger out. A wise choice, mate. Hello friends, my name is Dante and I have a burning question for you. Do you think it's possible to beat Resident Evil 4 without running? I know, it's crazy, isn't it? For once, I won't be using my famous Nike strat. No boys, the Nikes are being hung up in the closet tonight. Because tonight, we're gonna take it real slow and you're gonna get a taste of my day-to-day life being Italian. Hey, I'm walking in! I know what you guys are thinking. What about the boulder parts where you're forced to run? Did he get by the swinging axes without running? How about the Stompersons? Listen guys, I'll have answers to all of these juicy questions soon, so stick around. I started my journey like any other, and one thing was immediately clear. This shit was gonna take forever. I mean, Leon takes his sweet time when he's walking. I quickly found out that he walks a lot faster backwards than forwards, but this was pretty useless since, you know, I couldn't see where I was freaking going. Leon walks into some random guy's house without knocking, asks for the man's critical knowledge, and then I think I was a little too aggressive with him or something. It's all a blur to me, really. And then I came across the village. Now, I wanted to impress you guys with this run, and so instead of taking the easy way out and destroying anything that moved, I decided that I wanted to take it slow and walk it out. Little Leon was completely terrified, and after walking for a bit, I decided I'd take a gander behind me to see what all the hubbub was. Oh boy, do I ever regret turning around. Something interesting to note is that if you aren't looking at the enemies, they won't throw their weapons at you. They'll only throw their weapons at you when you look directly at them. And yes, I was playing on the hardest difficulty. After failing this part multiple times, I decided it was best to just extinguish the vermin, if you know what I'm saying. And Leon says his famous line, "Where's everyone going? Bingo?" And here we are, guys, the boulder. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, Leon has to run away from the boulder, Dante. It's not a no-running challenge if you're running, Dante. This run is invalid, Dante. Shut up! Shh, 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 shh. You guys know I did my research for this run, so I went to the place that holds all knowledge about everything in the universe, my local library. Luckily, I cracked open an old book on Resident Evil 4, and it gave me the fattest hint one could ever ask for. Grenades. You see, grenades are my secret weapon for this run, because there are some parts you absolutely can't get by without them. Guys, I'm gonna have to tell you to get in real close for this. Closer. A little bit closer. You can get by the boulder with a grenade. That's right, don't say I never taught you anything valuable. If you line yourself up perfectly on the path and then proceed past the activation line, you can just slowly walk away and pretend you didn't just rupture your spleen to avoid a little cardio. We arrive at the main star of the show, my boy, my Honeysuckle Jr., the merchant. Except, he was acting a little strange with me this time.
over here.
So, I went over there.
Got something that might interest you.
Oh, Lord! God, no! I guess I'll get the strawberry ones then?
A wise choice, mate. Its ammo will penetrate just about anything.
Oh, Christ. Never mind, I'll take the yellow one instead.
What you need that for? Going hunting an elephant?
What? No, I'm not like that, man. Just give me the freaking green one then. Hurry up, you're making me uncomfortable.
An awesome choice, stranger. It's got a 3-round rapid-fire capability, although it uses up ammo rather quickly.
What? And then Leon met Lewis in a random room, tied him up, and used what the merchant gave him. Well, that took a weird turn. Anyway, most fights in this challenge are pretty similar. I just couldn't run. They were actually a fair bit more difficult, but there's not much to say about them. And guess who I saw along the way? It was my old friend Richard. I waited until the last moment to shoot him so I could kick him into a bear trap, and somehow I missed. How? Richard got the best of me that time, but you better believe next time I came through there and blew his brains all over the ceiling. As if I wasn't having a weird enough time with this playthrough as it is, Richard's little friend decided to just stare at me from the doorway. I'm gonna go break the barrel, little guy. You just stay there, okay? I'll be right back. So I broke the barrel and I started inching my way closer and closer to this unpredictable foe. Look, man, we're cool, right? You're gonna let me pass by with no problems, right? Oh, I knew I couldn't trust you! Straight to hell you go. I can't trust anyone around here. Not even my main man, the merchant. I mean, I completely defiled Lewis, and I guess he can't trust me anymore. But at least Lewis deserves what happened to him. Me? I've never done anything wrong before in my life. I don't deserve any of this. You know what? To repent for my sins, I'm gonna carry this little fishy to the end and save him. He's going back to the ocean. Come on, little buddy. Let's go. If you guys are enjoying this video, send me over a fat like. That really helps out my channel. Translated, that means please click the like button. I have children to feed. So then I come to the second and final boulder, and unfortunately, this one can't be avoided. I mean, I tried for a while, blasting myself with grenades over and over again, even buying a rocket launcher at one point to blow up the boulder, but unfortunately, there's nothing I can do here. If anyone knows how to skip this one, please tell me. I do want to say, this kind of doesn't count. I mean, I'm not running here myself, this is pretty well a cutscene. You guys can decide if this counts as failing the challenge, but I'm trying to see if I can get through without pressing the running button at all, which so far I've done. But again, I'll let you guys decide. Another cool fact about walking is that most of the time, enemies won't catch us.
Bro, have you seen my keys? In my pocket. Alright, bro, let me see. Yo! Oh, 100! Oh! What's it? Shit! I forgot. The ADHD be fucking me up. Alright, bro. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. There you go, Chrissy.
I've always trusted my parents throughout my whole life, and
different inspirations and styles. The Crazy Ball music, which makes me feel like I'm playing Killer Queen Black, is meant to evoke early 90s media like Power Rangers and the original TMNT. Younger sister Phoebe wins the match, meaning older brother Luke has to dig his own dirt bed to be buried in. While digging, he finds a glowing gem that Phoebe takes for herself, causing a pink eruption to come from that brown hole. Ooh, you never want one of those. The kids are put to bed by their parents Greg and Susan, who hate the shit out of each other. As they sleep, an ancient evil being punches its way out of the ground in their backyard. It makes its way to an old shoe factory, where it comes across a trio of thieves and assimilates their language immediately.
A variation of the Aronian tongue. How primitive.
The being slaps aside the ring leader and pulls the others towards him with space powers. After calling them weak, he rips off both their heads. Holy shit, dude! This son of a bitch is awesome! But this colorful being isn't a one-size-fits-all tormentor.
I don't want to die.
And he laughs as he grants the lead thief his wish to remain alive. The next morning, after seeing that something crawled out of their hole, Mimi violently makes Luke agree to go look for whatever it was later. And bring your friend Alistair too, Luke, because Mimi likes that kid in a weird, aggressive way.
Hey, kitty. You look good in your little outfit there. Why don't you give us a spin, hunky boy? No thanks.
That darn Mimi. She's so wild and wacky, right? That night, the kids track the claw marks and footprints from their backyard all the way to the old shoe factory. They discover the head thief gagging in stasis and a bunch of body part art, both of which portend the main man of the hour, who shows up promising to kill them both nice and quickly.
We spare the sight of your planet being torn to pieces.
Mimi yells back at the beings that she has no respect for fear, and strangely enough, it obeys her when she tells it to let Luke go, all because of that glowing space rock.
The gem of peroxide.
Yeah, glowing space rock, gem of attacks, whatever. The gem grants Mimi control over this guy, who's forced to obey her every command. He warns her that he'll kill her as soon as he's able to, a fate that befalls the frozen thief after Luke bumps into him and he smashes apart. Yeah!
It was my masterpiece.
Fuck yeah, it was, dude. Actually, that was a masterpiece of the film's effects artists, like Mike Hamilton and the Toronto-based studio Masters Effects, headed by Todd Masters. Excellent work here, and there is plenty more to come. The angry evil being says he has no name, but goes by a kick-ass moniker.
Aug.2 of nightmares.
That's not good enough for Mimi, though. And after a pretty bad brainstorming session, she lands on something titular.
Psycho Gorman!
Qu'est-ce que c'est? This is the film launching into its premise, and it has a solid start.
I mean, and I mean.
I wield powers unimaginable to your single minds.
Psycho Gorman's performance and look are great. It was designed by Steven Kostansky, who did all of the creature designs, in addition to writing, directing, producing, and editing the movie. That is a lot for one person to do. Probably too much. Kostansky designed PG to look like a toy you'd want to buy as a kid. Mission accomplished, bro. He reminds me of Batman, arch nemesis of Stretch Armstrong. On the performance side, PG's fantastic voice acting comes courtesy of Stephen Vlahos, but the much more intensive part of his portrayal was done by Matthew Nineveh. He'd arrive on set hours before anyone else in order to be transformed into the character. Though the end result looks amazing, it was tantamount to torture, both physically and psychologically. That's because the suit's prosthetic pieces were glued to his body, preventing him from sweating and cooling himself down. It just cooks you. To cope with the long hours, Nineveh would zone out in between takes and try not to think of how much longer he'd have to endure this hell.
That suit almost broke me.
Mimi uses her powers to make PG take a seat and leaves him overnight grounded under her control. She's thrilled to have a new plaything, even though Luke's worried about all the murder and world-rendering rhetoric. As he should be. PG is an intergalactic menace. We learn this when the movie transports us to his home planet of Gygax. Inside a stormy tower, the Gygax Council frets about PG's awakening on Earth. Once again, Kostansky's creature design is a delight. I especially like Tube Man, a puppet who rarely talks, unlike the verbose Cortex, played by fellow Astron 6 member Matthew Kennedy. Cortex and the others talk a whole lot, with dialogue that's obtuse and bureaucratic.
It's clear that the rules of the Gygaxian Unity Accords have failed us.
It's an intentional nod to George Lucas's bewildering screenplays for the Star Wars prequels.
You're impressed with what you're seeing, but you're also maybe a little confused by the dialogue that's happening.
The Council's leader is Pandora, a Templar who doesn't want to risk justice when it comes to PG.
The only burden is fate to die by my hand.
Pandora is a force for sanctimonious lawful good, which is reflected in her leitmotif by Blitz Berlin.
So angelic that it's like horrifying how angelic it is.
She's the kind of good who's so rigid it starts to become evil, exemplified when she summons a human to examine Earth's native species. Well, I guess she can't be a virgin, can she, Pandora? She's a meat cube now, and meat cubes don't have fear. But boy, do they taste good. All the protein you need to become a human. The next day, the kids take Alistair to beat PG. They bring a CRT TV, which, along with the lack of cell phones and an earlier discussion about an N64 game, are indications that this movie takes place in the 90s. That feeds into the nostalgia factor Kostansky was going for. In addition to the TV, Mimi also brings PG magazines.
Look at all the hunky boys.
I do not care for hunky boys. What do
Ha! We stand by curious game. At Luke's inquiry and Mimi's command, PG sits down to tell them his backstory. He was born before time on the planet of Gygax, where he and his race were enslaved by the ruthless Templars. The Templars forced them to build their pyramid shrines, until one day PG came across the gem of peroxide. It gave him the power to liberate his people with glowy eyes, and I'll kill count 7 Templars that he's standing atop in a heap here, as well as this 8th one, whose head gets decimated with a punch! Flames of awesomeness! With his powers, PG took control of Gygax, then traveled to other planets to kill indiscriminately. I'll count a whopping 55 kills here as PG goes about his goal of killing every living thing in the universe. Sure, 50 of them are these background bodies on stage, but they're still countable. Well, kind of. To stop this destructive force, the Templars imprisoned PG with the gem of Pericles. He stayed in this terror prison cell until he was released by the idiot kids. The flashback story segment is my favorite sequence of the movie due to its extensive use of green screen, stop motion, and miniatures. I'm always impressed by detailed miniatures like these, which were shot by cinematographers Andrew Appel and Piers Durst. It's so fucking cool how you can make these creations look like a stormy planet with simple tricks like the use of a spritz bottle. These practical effects, which were mostly done in Kostansky's workshop, evoke his earlier film Manboard, which took him 3 years to make. After Mimi and the boys leave for the night, PG tunes the TV to channel Blood 01. This puts him in contact with his loyal generals, whom he tells to come to Earth and kill the kids. Luke has Alistair over for a microwave chicken dinner prepared by their ruthlessly inept father. Greg is my least favorite character of the film, but he does get a funny line in here.
Back when I was in the Army, we used to play guns all the time. It was called the Iraq War. We played for keeps.
The rest of his lines feel more like an actor trying to be funny than an actual person who is funny. Like, he'd work as a character in a 3-minute Titanic video, but not in a feature-length film. Craig was written specifically for actor Adam Brooks, who co-founded Astron 6 with Jeremy Gillespie in 2007. Kostansky and Brooks described Greg as charming and pathetic, which is an assessment I sadly only half agree with. Shunned by Alistair and Luke, wanting to play without her, Mimi uses her Jemmy to call for a friendie, and eventually PG arrives. Mimi asks him to, quote, make Alistair less of a dork, and PG's idea of granting that wish is to turn Alistair into a giant brain with googly eyes. Susan and the cowardly Greg wind up outside, and though PG promises to one day murder them with the hatred of 1,000 suns, at the moment, Mimi is still in control, and she promises her parents that he's really a big softie.
Don't worry.
If we really want to soften PG up, we're gonna need a montage to the most cringeworthy song I've ever heard. I get what they're going for, but hearing heckin' and freaking over and over is just not my sense of humor. I hate cutesy cuss subs. Just say fuck. It's not all bad though. I get a good laugh out of PG killing a heckling kid by blowing her up with his alien mind bonus. After well-worn jokes and Disney Channel style head peeking, the Try Too Hard trio has a fried food brain. And let me tell you, those Gygax know how to eat. PG takes special note of Mimi's continued assholery towards Luke, and in an effort to divorce her from the gent, he attempts to exploit Luke's unhappiness by visiting him in a dream. I love the shot of Luke waking up in his bed in a cemetery as a direct homage to a similar shot in Phantasm. And I love that the reference is underlined when PG makes his entrance.
Boy.
That is a tall man boy to a T.
Boy.
PG tells Luke to steal the gem from Mimi because she's a little fucking monster who treats him like shit.
How long before she puts her life before yours?
This is the closest the plot comes to being interesting, in my opinion, but I don't think there's ever any satisfactory payoff. I do enjoy the ending to this sequence, though, with its long, awkward silence while zombies wriggle around in the dirt. Mimi tries to teach PG the rules of Crazy Ball, but since it takes a whole montage to explain, they're barely finished when the 5-0 arrives, and PG hates 5-0. He grabs Officer Vince and fuses to him like a Cronenberg, and his blast of ancient galactic truths is enough to turn the cop into a melty, moaning bass. He sounds like that Batman YTMNT. PG sends the other cop to spread word of his presence, while his partner is left being a sorry son of a shambler. He doesn't like it. This character is actually BioCop, the subject of a fake movie trailer made by Kostansky back in 2011.
I mean, I didn't need to put BioCop in the movie, but I had to put BioCop in the movie.
The BioCop trailer was included on the DVD of Mansour, and the guy who played BioCop then, Robert Homer, reprised the role here nearly a decade later. I thought that was really cool. At the police station, Officer Dennis is relaying his brush with the Archduke of Nightmares when Pandora arrives in her brand new human form. She extracts the info she needs from the police officer's head, and considering her track record with humans, I'm gonna assume this kills the man, even though we cut away before it can be confirmed. A minor dispute in the woods leads Mimi to ordering Luke's death at the hands of PG, and though she calls it off, this was just a power is power kind of moment. It's worrisome enough for Luke to begin considering PG's dream overture. A bunch of lightning strikes touch down in front of them, each transporting a new fanciful being. These are PG's loyal generals, the Paladins Obsidian, and he's called them here to kill the kids and finally set him free. To his dismay, they instead laugh in his face and say that things are much better without him in charge.
We take turns as the appointed leader so everyone gets a fair chance. As you can see, it is currently my turn.
The Paladins Obsidian are another kick-ass part of Psycho Goreman. Their specific and unique character designs remind me of Venture Brothers, where idiosyncratic characters are sometimes constructed out of a single joke, like this robot pirate Cassius 3000, who's played by Astron 6 member Connor Sweeney, or their leader Darkscream, who looks like he'd eat a hobbit, or, you know, at least their legs. They don't need those. Or this Mr. Bucket-looking bastard, who's named Death Trapper. His backstory is that he collects bodies from the battlefield and melts them down to shoot out of his arm cannons. He's voiced by Rich Evans of Red Letter Media, which Kostansky is a big fan of. Mimi, mad that PG was trying to kill them, orders him not to defend himself against this slow-motion ass beating. I hate that they reuse two jokes in this scene, both of which are more of the movie commenting on itself.
How long is this gonna go on for?
Luke just asked that during the Phantasm Dream scene. They also reused the joke they did with Crazy Ball, where the action zooms out to show an awkward objective shot. I wish this movie's humor was a little less obvious, but at the same time, this scene is a triumph of practical effects. Getting all these costumes and effects to work properly is not an easy thing to do, especially with a low budget. Fight choreographer Alex Chung, who also plays the lead paladin, Darkscream, put a ton of work into making sure everything ran smoothly the day of the shoot. In fact, they did pre-visualization for the entire fight first, mapping out each individual shot to know how it all fit together. Chung specifically requested they work in a so-called Guyver kick, named after the Guyver films, which served as an inspiration for Psycho Goreman. Kostansky loved how Guyver 2 was like an R-rated Power Rangers, and he sought to recreate that tokusatsu style here, thus all the sparks accompanying sword strikes. After Mimi wrings an apology out of PG, she lets him get up and give my graphics creator something to do. First, PG quickly murders Death Trapper with a single Archdukean punch. As the kids watch with detached snacking, this Witchmaster lady uses her staff to tear off PG's head. Hell
Baby.
yeah. But it unsevers itself in no time, and PG shows her how it's supposed to be done by making her body disappear and leaving her in just a head. PG stabs Vince the cop in the eyes with the Witchmaster's broken staff, finally putting him out of his misery. Nice little gift, since it turns out it was the poor dude's birthday. PG then turns to the Medusa-like Queen Obelisk and whips out the rose she has for a heart. That's enough to make her blow up into masonry bits. And for Cassius 3000, PG uses a pool of eternal darkness to make the android pirate realize some universal truths. Then a hand reaches out of it and rips the guy's face off. Love those googly eyes. Darkscream is saved for last, and PG gives him a warrior's death, which in Gygax terms means eating him whole with his giant expansive mouth. Yo, I thought this was sci-fi horror, not sci-fi lore. After the battle, PG finds himself weakened.
I'm dying.
What? Turns Turns out the Paladins used cursed weapons, and now PG's losing Pepto-Bismol fast. He sends a screaming telegram to Greg on the ship, yelling that he needs help and giving him directions where to go. It's an extended bit that goes on for way too long, just like the argument Greg and Susan had in the scene right before this one. They were fighting over Greg's laziness, which is just too over the top for me to find funny.
Oh yeah, I bought a new TV. In other news, I'm gonna take a couple weeks off work until my hand can heal completely. So you might want to pick up a few extra shifts at the pharmacy.
That's not real human behavior. Greg helps pick up PG, and on the way back home, runs over the Witchmaster's head as it's rolling down the road, finally putting her on the kill count. When they get home, they find Susan waiting with Pandora.
My girlfriend's a female, and then I had all these friends that are female. So when I started dating her, I was like, oh great, they'll all get along. No. Not even a little at the beginning. I don't want to make any generalizations about women because I don't know shit about women, but this one thing I've noticed in my own personal experience is that I think women can be friends with each other, but I think it can be tricky sometimes when you try and force women to hang out with each other. I think that sometimes doesn't work. Like, I don't think, like, you could never put together a heist of women. Does that make sense? Like, Ocean's 11 with women wouldn't work, because 2 would keep breaking off to talk shit about the other 9. Or not even talk shit, just say weird passive-aggressive things while they break into the casino. Just be like, oh, I love how you just wear anything. Another story I heard about myself. This one happened in high school. We had this teacher in high school whose kid went to our high school. His name was Mr. McNamara, and his son Jake McNamara went to our high school. He was a sophomore when I was a senior, so he was 2 years behind me. And Mr. McNamara was an asshole. And one weekend, he and his wife decided to leave town, which you should never do if you're an asshole. And Jake McNamara decided to throw a party at the teacher's house. Hooray! And everyone around town heard about it, and we all got up individually and thought, okay, let's go over there and destroy the place. I walked into this party, everyone I had ever met was there, and everyone was drinking like it was the end of the world. People were drinking like it was the Civil War and a doctor was coming to saw our legs off. It was totally unsupervised. We were like dogs without horses. We were running wild. I walked down to the basement. They had a pool table in the basement. One dude took a running start and threw his body onto the pool table and broke it in half. Another kid found out which room was Mr. McNamara's and went upstairs and took a shit on his computer. So the party was going great. I'm standing in the basement, and I'm holding a red cup. You've seen movies. And I'm standing there, and I'm holding a red cup, and I'm starting to black out. And I guess someone said, like, something, something, police. And in a brilliant moment of word association, I yelled, fuck the police! Fuck the police! And everyone else joined in. 100 drunk white children yelling, fuck duh.
Hero.
The town's in nature. It's not active now. We're gonna go down, and then we should be able to... Okay.
Baby. Baby.
What?
You called.
I said, oh!
I'm not the right person, but boo! Love you, honey pie. Okay? I'll fucking take the goddamn... I'll take that. I hit up to fucking get the earlier steal, so that would have been even like another like maybe 2 seconds quicker. How far off of a rainbow was that? Because that was down. Wow, I would have barely missed rainbow. Saved 27.5 seconds on Trust. Chain skip, which, okay, cool. By the way, on attempt 1, 2, 3. And what happens? I get chain skip, so I don't have to do the extra encounter, and it's somehow stupidly quicker. And then, from there, I get a 1 cycle fight. Like a 1 cycle natural fight, right? And I'm like, alright, this is cool. And then a grenade crit, so it was only 5 names. So that was epic.
Epic.
Epico! That shit was fucking epic, holy fuck. So, I'm looking at this just to get a type of idea. Oh wow. Okay.
Get good earrings.
Yeah. My Shalinda and Tidus's mother are the same voice actress. But the one that got me was Donna, the fucking total cunt. Donna, Lucille, and Passe are all the same voice actress. Are all the same voice actress. And Elma and Unaleska are the same. Okay, cool, whatever. But, and this one got me. Luzu, Bartello, Hypello, and Groth are all the same guy. John Demita? I don't know how to say his name. Okay, cool, whatever, right? And then, like, I can see the woman that plays Lulu that looks like Lulu, or the guy who plays Orin, the woman that plays Riku definitely looks like it. But this guy, he's so drastically different than what Seymour looks like. It's like, whoa. That's who plays Seymour.
Oh, there. What's your name?
Riku.
It's just like, because Seymour has all the fucking crazy hair, and then you look at this and he's got no fucking hair.
Maybe that's the ironic part, you know, the funny part.
Didn't you say so earlier?
I didn't get a chance to. Everyone thought we were a fiend.
We?
Oh, we means you.
Who are you guys anyway?
We're Al-Bhed. Can't you tell? Wait, you're not an Al-Bhed hater, are you?
I don't even know what an Al-Bhed is.
Where are you from?
Xanarkand. I'm a blitzball player. Star player of the Xanarkand Abes.
Did you hit your head or something?
You guys hit me?
Oh, right. Do you remember anything before that?
So I told her everything there was to tell about Xanarkand. About life there, Blitzball, and Sin's attack. And about how Aaron and I were engulfed in this light. I just said things as they came to mind. But then I started to wonder. Did I say something funny?
You were near Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, you'll be better in no time. They say your head gets funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Xanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays blitzball there.
Huh? What do you mean, 1,000 years ago? But I saw Sin attack Xanarkand. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way!
You said... You play blitzball?
Uh-huh.
You know, you should go to Luca. Someone might know who you are, or you might find someone you recognize.
Luca? Huh.
Okay, leave it to me. I'll get you to Luca. Promise. You'd rather stay here? Okay, I'll go tell the others. Wait here. Oh, and one thing. Don't tell anyone you're from Xanarkand, okay? Yevon says it's a holy place. You might upset someone.
Oh, uh-huh. My Xanarkand? Some kind of holy place? Yeah, right, I thought. Since when? Yevon? Sin? Luca? I thought Sin just took me to a faraway place, that I could go back in a day or two. But 1,000 years into the future? No way! Whoa, whoa! Riku! Blitzball! Hey! Yo. Hiya.
You wanna try that move one more time?
Finally.
You know amateur. Who you play for?
The Xanarkand Abes.
What team you say again?
I meant, forget that. I got too, close to Sin, and my head's all foggy like. So, I don't...
Sin's toxin got to you, but you're still alive. Praise be to Yevon. All right, back to practice. I'm Waka, coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother. What, you hungry? Okay, back to the village. I'll get you something.
I felt like I could trust this Waka, so I just had to ask. It's true Xanarkand was destroyed, right? 1,000 years ago? So it's just a big pile of rubble now, isn't it?
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look. Sin came. And Xanac, yeah, that was about a... If you ask me, what gets me is we gotta suffer. Of course, we must always It's just that...
It was just Waka and Riku.
But you from the Xanac and Daves, that was a good one, huh? Hey, I'm not saying that team never existed, yeah? But you gotta figure, a team living in luxury like that be pretty soft, eh?
I appreciated but at that time, everything that happened... Maybe if I could find... For now, I just live like... Sure, it was hard not to think of home. A little...
Hey!
What's the... You want me on your team, right?
A major blitz. It's so huge. Then it'll be fun.
Sure.
Dude.
I thought then that Blitzball and Sin... I wasn't too...
This is where I was born. I joined the Auroch 10 years. Well, so, but every time I...
10 years without a...
My first match, but something else was on...
Nice.
Yeah.
So, you want to win the... So, what...
I don't care how we... If we give it our all.
No. When you play in a blitz...
Victor.
Ah. After surviving your run-in with
Who are they?
Luzu and...
Huh?
What? You... Hey, sorry.
Cool. In return, come turn...
Cool. About the Crusaders, you can... Besaid Village.
They got any food there?
We'll get you something over there later. Take a look around first. Let's see. The Crusaders' Lodge is over yonder. Luzu and Gata are usually there. All right. Over here.
Huh? What's up?
You do remember the prayer, right?
I didn't know it in the first place, to tell the truth.
Man, that's like the basics of the basics. All right, I'll show you. Go ahead, you try. Hey, not bad. Okay, now, go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any blitzball player would know that.
I've gotten a couple of PBs lately. Well, lately, it's relative. FF15 and FF10 on PS2, but I did not have time to upload that before we left, and now that we're reading on new internet to get here, I'm not uploading my PB quite yet. I'm waiting until we get that internet, the new internet, in like a week and a half to see just how like decent it is. So on those are pretty cool.
Our fingers.
I haven't done OOA since December. Well, no, I think I did a couple attempts since then, but I've done 2 practice playthroughs of 12, and I just started a 3rd for OOA. And it's like, the thing is with OOA, I feel like you can never have enough practice with OOA. Ever. Fucking ever. Wish you could get different internet. We just moved. Our old place, we only had one... Okay, so keep this in mind. We just moved from a city of 500,000 people. Okay? We were getting like 3 down and like 800 megabytes or kilobytes up. Okay? Like 3 megs down, 800 kilobits up.
Just because of where we were at. Yeah.
Just because of where we were at. Keep in mind, we were close, I mean close, to downtown. In a town of 500,000 people. And that was the best internet I could buy. Legitimately. It was. Now that we moved 90 minutes away, in the middle of the fucking boonies of a town of less than 350 fucking people, just because it was the only place we had to go, I call up a internet service provider out here, and they say, hey, you know, what can you offer me? You know, what can I get out here? And they're like, oh, about 60 down and 5 up. I said, megabytes, right? Yes, sir, yes, sir. Of course, they didn't, you know, I still use a male voice, so being called sir is whatever. I understand it. And so, it was the most, to me, most interesting thing, where I'm like, he kept saying up to 60, up to 5, and I'm like, but is it going to be at least, you know, can you tell? Because when we got this particular internet service provider before, I was able to go to their page and type in my address, and they were able to tell me, oh, you'll have about 6 down and about 700 up. And I went to that same page, and they said it's about 60 down and 5 up. Now, I wonder if the reason why it says that, comparatively to a much less number, is that because the other place we were in was an apartment that had multiple people with CenturyLink. So I wonder if CenturyLink just used the information based on the other people there. Or if it just was what it was there and they knew. Well, either way, I'm gonna find the fuck out. And I told him, I need internet that will guarantee me at least a minimum of 1 up. I don't give a fuck if you're charging me for 5 and only giving me 1. It has to be at minimum 1 megabyte up constantly. It can go higher, but it cannot go lower. He's like, no problem. I'm like, okay. He's like, you should be getting around 5. So if you only have 1, something's going wrong. And I'm like, okay. You know, but of course these people are designed to read a script and all that shit, but
let's hope he's accurate.
I hope that it was accurate. Only one option for ISP is, yeah. I get it.
Feel you, bro.
So what we did was we actually had CenturyLink. We got out to where we are, and we canceled CenturyLink. Because we were like, oh, we can just use the internet that's already here at her daughter's house. Well, it turns out that they only have a ridiculously low amount of data cap. And we went through it in a couple of days because we didn't really know.
Yeah, we're internet whores, so.
And we do literally everything on the internet, like normal people. Everything is shifting towards the internet anyway, so I have...
Those caps are going to be gone very soon.
Yeah, it should be illegal to have caps. And so then I called back up CenturyLink, and I'm like, you know, I need to get it back. They offer me a plan that was, like, better than the one that I had for cheaper under my name instead of my wife's name. And in our old place, it was, we had a terabyte worth of data cap, but even if we went over it, they never charged you for it. If you hit like 3 terabytes, which we did, you get an email saying, please relax your internet usage. Yeah. But it was always like the day before the internet ran out. So it didn't ever matter. We never had to stop doing what we were doing. But this one is like no contract or anything, and they're saying like
unlimited?
It's unlimited. Like no, like there's no slowdown, no this, no that. And I'm like, why?
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm not biting the hand that feeds me or looking the gift horse in the mouth.
I honestly think the Phoenix residents are restricted from getting better on purpose.
That makes sense. I think it's because that a lot of people that live where we used to live. So the old place we lived just recently was transitional housing, but it's for people that are homeless long term or for criminals, people that are just getting out of jail on what's it called, non-felony charges, or if it is it's a minor felony or lower charge basically. So there was a lot of people there that had, you know, there was one guy there that I talked to, nice guy, spent 10 years in prison. For what, you may ask? Sold ecstasy. Spent 10 years in prison because he sold ecstasy.
That's wrong.
I'm like, hey, ecstasy ain't my drug, but hey,
That's messed up.
that's fucked.
I don't believe in
So, you know, so there were a lot of criminals there, so, you know, nice. Everyone was nice, except for one. Out of the entire 8 months we were there was only one fucking cunt that lived there the entire time.
She was broken beyond belief.
Okay, yes, she was broken beyond belief, but she did some cunty things to me.
Oh, did she?
Yes.
She was obnoxious as hell. Are you talking about her neighbor?
Yeah, the one that...
The freaker?
Yeah, the one that freaked out like 5 times. Well, there was one, I fucking went down to go get her mail. Okay, I'm in the process of unlocking our mail. And they go, are you in room 200? Casey, I think was her name. Says, are you in room 200? Because we were right over the common room.
Yeah.
And I say, maybe. You need to fucking stop having sex at midnight. There are people down here. And blah, blah, blah.
I can't have sex at midnight, really.
I'm like, bitch, you're fucking freaking out all day, every day. Go fuck yourself. I understand she was not mentally well, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to tell her to fuck off if she's being that rude.
Freaking midnight.
Because, look at this. I have PTSD. Do I use that as an excuse to be an asshole to people? No, I fucking don't. I use it as a reason why I'm broken and a reason why I need to get better. But does that excuse me from my actions? No. I'm a fucking asshole for letting that happen. Is there a reason behind it? Yes, completely. Do I need to work on it? Yes, completely. Is it understandable why I was an asshole? Yeah, totally. But does it excuse my actions? No. I still have to accept the consequences of walking up to someone and calling someone an asshole if I'm going to call someone an asshole. Am I okay with that? Fuck yeah, I am. I've done it. I've seen me do it. More than once. I just will never understand the, well, I'm broken too. Yeah, you are. But you can't be like, it's kind of like the people that say, no offense, but. And then proceed to say some insanely racist shit.
They're going to say something offensive to most people.
Well,
so.
The people that say that, typically, in my experience, are the type of people that say some horrifically racist shit.
Maybe.
And it's like, no, that don't really excuse what you're saying. No offense, but does not clear you of your fucking viewpoint.
Yeah,
it's kind of like someone told me, are you going to let politics affect our friendship? Yes, I am, because politics are your view on the world. And if you think that poor people should be thrown in fucking prison or not be allowed to sleep or be allowed to help themselves, I don't want to fucking talk to you.
Yeah.
I think you're a bad person. Go fuck yourself.
We talked for the first time. I didn't know it then, but after that night,
Kind of like people that fucking unfriend you on Facebook over, I said no offense, right? Yeah. It's kind of like people that unfriend you on Facebook after you say something that they don't like. And it's like, well, you don't need to make drama out of it. You just have to look at it like, well, you know, you're not weak for unfriending someone because they said something. It's not weak to take out the trash when it fucking stinks. You know? It's not weak to not go into work when you're not feeling good. You know? It's not weak to have sensitive feelings and to cry and to experience those emotions. And that, like, there was this picture of this man that found out, like, way back in 2016 where this guy won, when Trump won, there was a guy who had his hands over his nose and mouth, like what you would quote-unquote see women do. And I'm like, what? What the fuck? You know, and he got shit-talked. I'm like, imagine being so insecure in your masculinity that you can't touch your own face. People aren't allowed to have different opinions anymore. I think people are allowed to have any opinion that they want. Fine, I don't care. But just be aware of the consequences for having your opinion.
It's going to be wrong to somebody.
But I should say that I don't think that people that have different viewpoints are bad. I don't even think necessarily... Okay, so I think Trump, for example, had some really fucked up viewpoints and all that shit. He has some really fucked up beliefs and he's done a lot of fucked up things. But when you look at it, it's like, is it his fault that he was raised that way? And, you know, he was, you know, kind of like Waka. He was made to believe it. But the thing is, Waka's 20, and so he's still more open-minded. Trump's, what, 70-something?
Yeah. Waka's got a lot better chance of changing.
Yeah. Does that, you know, of course Trump is a piece of shit. He really is. But can we really blame him for how broken he is because of how he was raised and what he was taught to believe? Or do we have to go back to his dad? Or do we have to go back to his grandfather? Or their great-grandfather? And so on and so forth. How far back do we have to go to find the source of what makes...
I'm really sure this is okay. Would you take me?
Who is Waka? Were you the one that followed my stream that didn't play 10 before? Because Waka's the orange-haired guy in this one. The Blitz player. He's insanely racist and kind of heartless for the Al-Bed. But over time, because I don't think Waka's ever a bad person, because he actually, you know, he follows... You don't think so? You never played... You played 10, right? Then you should know who Waka is. If you never played 10, then it's Waka of the Aurochs. Basically, after he is told that he's being stupid and shit, he gets all of his viewpoints challenged and destroyed in front of him. And he changes. Because he starts realizing to follow what's in his heart and not what he was taught. Like, he's like 23 or 24. I think he's 23 in this game. So he's pretty young. But it's like, so, you know, at 23 you can have your whole world fucked and you can start from scratch and relearn everything about yourself and all that.
Hell, you can do it at 50.
You can do it at 50, but I believe the further you go, the longer you go without it. It's like, statistically, it is proven that your habits and beliefs and everything like that you have in 8th grade, they are set for life. And there's only like a 10% rate of major change. At least, you know, it may be different now, but it's like... But you're not, you've changed a lot. That's the reason why it's so hard, and why people think mental health upkeep doesn't really work that well, is because most people don't get into it until they're like 30 or 40, maybe in their 20s, I think. And so, if your beliefs and your habits and all that are set by the time you're like 15... Well, no, you're probably younger in 8th grade. How old are you in 8th grade?
13.
13? Okay, so 13, yeah. Basically when you become a teenager. they said major beliefs, like, you know, your major viewpoints on the world. Not like, of course you're still going to learn and change, of course, but most people are not going to change the way they feel about big topics. But 1% of people.
We're taking the same boat as you know.
When you came to this village,
You never thought of anything like that when you were 13?
since then, she had the talent.
I think I was. I think I was thinking about big issues when I turned like 12. In that rate. That area. But I also think that a lot of people think about that type of stuff when, and you know, they don't even realize it. I think the
awareness is different.
You know, I think the amount of it, because there's a lot of people that go, nah, bro, video games and shit, or whatever it was. But I think people aren't as stupid as they like to say they are. You were very clueless. I think that you were probably a lot more clued in than you might give yourself credit for. Unless you're like really clueless, and I understand. I mean, like, honest to God, clueless. I cannot remember very well at all between 1st and 5th grade. I had an injury when I was 10 years old that I broke my jaw and I got a concussion. I lost a lot of my memory. In 7th grade, I was told to write a paper on my favorite thing to do in elementary school. I told them I don't remember. So what did they do? They call my parents in and say, I don't believe them. And they go, well, they say they don't remember, how are you going to prove that they remember? Oh, Walker got blinded? What the fuck? Fuck off. What a cunt. Okay, like, let me explain how stupid that is. Just to open your mind a little bit to how dumb that was. The Condor has to outspeed Waka. Doesn't always happen. He then has to force to attack Waka. And not only does he have to attack Waka, it's like, I think less than a 10% chance, in my experience, that he'll land that blindness. So he has to do all of that. That's fucking dumb. Elementary school was a blur? Yeah. I remember 4th grade a little bit. Because we went to Florida for like 5 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it was. Right in the middle of school. I remember that. It was weird, right? Like, people think that it was weird becoming the minority really fucking quick. Like, in my time of where we stayed in Florida, where my dad's family grew up, I'm like 50% Scottish or something, 53% or something like that. I am white as a motherfucker. And when we went there, I think, excluding my family, I counted like a total of 8 white people I saw in Orlando. It was weird, and I understand it. How it feels to not be quote unquote the same. It's
living amongst Mexicans. Yeah. It's weird being a minority when you're raised
if you're white and then you go into a place that is not heavily white, it is a wake up. It's like, whoa. And then sometimes you get treated pretty poorly. I got treated pretty poorly when I went over to Montana and we were on a reservation for Native Americans. And I was being shit-talked because I wasn't a native. And it made me wait, like, it made me, I got it, like, I finally understood what it's like to have people be racist to you. It was. Now, does that mean that I've experienced anywhere near the amount of bullshit they did? Fuck no. But I understand the concept of it. Now, I never had the oppression to go along with it, because luckily I was born white. But god damn, let me tell you what. It was like it's like you go 404 not found status really fucking quick when you're made fun of for your skin color when you're white. It's like, whoa. It's a weird feeling. You had a huge wake up in college, made you hate college. I understand that. I went to college for like 3 months, and then I didn't go anymore.
For a year and a half.
And then I had to tell them like 4 different times I quit. I got a call one time while I was on stage from them, and I answered it on stage into the microphone. I was like, hey guys, you know those fucking assholes that keep calling you? That even after you hang up on them 20 times, they keep calling you back? You wanna scare them with me? It was one of those. That was cool. Finished in a trade. Turned out well. I think that there's a lot of horrible, I hesitate to say misconception, because college does help a lot for the people that get it. On average, statistically, it will help you. But we need to stop the propaganda that you need to go to college to have a good life. I have met a couple of traveling welders. That's all they do, they weld. They went to a trade school and they traveled to go weld. They make 6 fucking figures a year. A retirement plan, a 401, all that shit. And all they did was they went to a trade school.
Trade school, the universities around here.
I just wish that they would bring up that, because a lot of people go, wouldn't you rather work with your brain than your arms? Well, I think a lot of people like the concept, but I also think a lot of people are just better at the physical labor and they enjoy it more. I think a lot of people are just, they like it. Some people get the satisfaction out of, I'm an artist, but mine's music. But what about the people who's an artist that might like welding or might like woodworking or something? Oh my god, fuck that.
I want to build things with their hands. I love building things with my hands.
I'm okay with building things with my hands as long as it's my idea. Once you make me do it for any other reason other than a, hey, can you help me, or hey, that sounds pretty cool. Once it becomes a, you must do this, fuck off. The thing with me that I've always been proud of, and I've gotten this commented on a few times, was that I like to at least think that I live how I want to live, even if it's not the most easy way to live. I do what I feel is right in my soul. And yes, there are a lot of things that I do follow the rules, like wearing a mask and stuff for COVID, for example, but I think that's the right thing to do.
Goodbye.
But I'd rather not work a day in my life and continue being an artist and be homeless than to fucking have my soul drained at a job. Because working was horrible. I won't do it again. I will never do it again. I am morally opposed to working. I said that yesterday for the first time, and I've said it now like 3 times, and it feels really good to say it.
Morally opposed to forced jobs.
Yes. To
have
work.
work to live.
Work. You wanted to learn how to use a TIG welder. A TIG welder is where you have to use 2 different bits, right? Or am I dumb? Oh, it's one of those. Yeah, I can't say I ever did TIG welding. I did middle class because I was forced into it, and gas welding was the first thing we did. The wire feed. Okay, I learned how to do the wire feed. And anyway, I was forced into it, and I did, I'd say about a quarter of the projects, because, I don't know, I feel like I'm becoming someone that repeats themselves quite a bit, but I, again, didn't feel like it was right, and I know a lot of people might say that they were one way in school to try to, what's the word? To embellish how they were in school or whatever. But I don't think I honestly am. I honestly believe I was that way. There's nothing I hate worse than people that say they were one way when they were, in fact, nowhere near that one way as a badass, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I remember when I was in school, I was a bad motherfucker no one ever fought. Fuck off. You were sucking on your mama titty until you were 15, motherfucker.
You hear that from Walker? Walker doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you. I've heard in Xanarkand there is a great stadium, all lit up, even at night. Great blitzball tournaments are held there. And the stands are
So, I remember, I have this vivid memory of being in middle school. I got into a lot of fights in middle school, not so many in high school. Because everyone started not fighting in high school because that's when everyone started, like,
his name is Jack.
Being
amazing.
Pretty hardcore. To everyone, like some people would bring knives, or there was a couple of guns that got brought to school, stuff like that. But I remember being in 8th grade and getting in a fight with someone, and you know what the principal said to me? That it switched on for me. As he said, you know what, Brandon, because that's the name I went by. He's like, you know what, Brandon? I understand why you fight. I get it. If someone pushes me around, I'd fight back too. I'd do what you would do, probably when I was your age. But you know what? You know, people start treating you like that, or you start being a bully to them, and you are being a bully. You know, everyone and their mama got a gun out here. What happens, you know? Shit, what happens if you start getting so mad that you start using weapons? And all of a sudden, you know, you're 13, you're 12 or 13. What happens when you fucking shoot someone? You know, you get put up for 50 to 70 years. So you get put up for 60 years because you shot someone and killed them. At your age, how old would you be when you got out? You know, the thought of being you know, 13 and being in prison until you're 73, kind of, that blew my mind. Wide the fuck open. That was one of those ones that got me to understand. What type of music do I play? Lately, or what? I play, typically I was playing a lot of heavy metal and stuff, but lately it's been more experimental stuff the past few years.
What do you think you're doing? Stick a harpoon in it, or we'll all get trapped under. Santa's going for our family, Sonny.
I was signed at one point. I was playing a lot more than bars. But lately, I haven't played any shows in quite a while. Since 2017, I think I haven't played a show since. And I used to play a lot of shows. But eh. Here, so what happened was, I was in a band, and we ended up being kind of a little big locally, and we started growing and started playing Seattle and the surrounding areas, and then we got signed, and then it turns out that the thing that happens to a lot of big bands is that certain members can't take it and they just explode or implode. And so our guitar player started seeing some of the money, and he couldn't handle it and became a coke and heroin addict. The other guy and the bass player became a coke addict, and fuck, you know, all of a sudden the guitar player ends up in jail and blah blah blah, and everything just kind of falls apart. And so then I move on to playing experimental music with my wife. That's completely different. I can't even really play it live because there's so many different things, and it's really not that popular of the type of music we're making. I like it, but I would say it only has like a 25% like rating or 30% like rating. But I'm okay with that because I knew how weird it was going into it. And if it's not meant for other people, it's not meant for other people. But the link I'm going to share to you is the old metal band. I've been in several metal bands before this, and stuff. But I'm sharing it with you because this was the one that was actually kind of popular. And then I got married. And the rest they say is that. No! I could have finished the fight! I thought I was on 2 tier, not 4 tier.
When Sin attacked, I kept hoping it would.
I will defeat Sin.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago, though.
Maybe it was that. I started to. I was in a fort. This was my.
Oh, hey, if you want to see something kind of funny, exclamation point DTG. You might like it.
Greetings. If there is no other summoner.
Thanks, BT. Our loved ones. We feared they would become fiends.
Please.
We'll go see what we can.
What is sending? Are we going somewhere?
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem? The dead need guidance. Filled with grief. They yearn to...
DTG.
You see. In time.
I hate being a dumbass.
The sending
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but about a month and a half ago now, I had all my teeth removed. And so now I have like this, well, this little lisp. I'm sure you can hear it.
Until the end?
And I was supposed to go see the dentist on Friday, but it turns out my son-in-law ended up having COVID, and we hung out with him for like 2 days. And so then now I have to wait until the end of August. So that's fun.
I hope I did okay.
You did very well.
No idea I was doing this 10 years ago. I wasn't. What made me remove all my teeth? I only had half of them to begin with, and the rest were all of them were broken in some way or another. I was a meth addict for like 5 years. Even though I've been sober quite a long time, it all caught up to me. You know, I couldn't sleep at night with tooth pain constantly for like 2 years now. It was... I had to get super comfortable in every other way to even have a chance to sleep. Couldn't eat anything without pain. Finally went to the doctor, or to the dentist that recommended me to an oral surgeon, and he removed them. So at the end of August, I should be able to see the dentist, and then it'll be like 3 more weeks from there until I can actually get my set of dentures. It'll be interesting. And honestly, not having any teeth ain't that bad. There's a lot of, like, I miss a lot of foods. Like, I can't eat hamburger, I can't eat like Cheetos, but I have to break them in half and let them sit in my mouth. Yeah, hopefully get some shiny new teeth. They're not implants. My jaw couldn't handle implants because I've been having teeth removed since I was like 12, and so a lot of the jaw structure was already too decayed, essentially, to be able to have implants. And not only were they so decayed I couldn't, but I'm poor as fucking couldn't afford it anyway. So dentures are the way to go. But, and here's the fucking best part. We went over to my wife's parents' house. Her parents are pretty okay. They're pretty cool. I like her dad a lot. He's a funny guy. And I said, hey, I'm starting to look like your wife. I ain't got no teeth. You know, I made a joke and showed him my mouth and the teeth. And what's he do? He says, okay, just don't do with your mouth what my wife does with her with no teeth. I mean, it was instant when he said that. It's fucking great. It honestly was fucking hilarious. Wasn't it, babe?
Yes, it's totally fucking hilarious.
How are you, sweetie pie? I didn't need to grab Scout. What the? Ah!
I'm paying attention to what you're doing.
I'm fine.
I'm interested. Also, that means that my next OOA attempt should be like August, probably 11th, August 11th or so. Hate when that happens. So 3 kills. I can wait until you get back from vacation.
I'm on a roll.
If that's okay. Or if you want me to do it because you're on vacation, that's another thing. Because, you know, that I should already have my new internet by then.
I'll be right back.
Well, that was 9 kills immediately, so brutal. Yeah! You should be excited about going on vacation. But I don't know if you want to watch OOA on your vacation.
Yep.
It's actually funny. I started doing like OOA D-Rust, and then I find out Zero's doing OOA like next weekend. So look at it this way. It's not the fact that it's like, I know that you like watching 12, and you're a pretty cool person. So why would I not want to include you in my 12 streams if I can help it? It's not the fact that I have an issue with waiting, it's the fact that I had like an idea in my head of when I would do it. But if anything, say you're gone for a week and I put it off for a week, that just gives me another week to practice. Nine kills in 3 fights immediately, and all of them had bees. Well, typically, I think most fights that you can do, you're actually have bees. Do you want to finish watching that video?
You handle yourself.
So...
Fiends. They fall.
Leave him alone and see him come.
That moment when... I think that was when I...
So,
Just a few. Hey.
I've been... Maybe people... Maybe sin carries them through... And then one day...
Amazing. You make up one... Sin crushed him. Your brother... Oh, no matter how much... No one can... And there's no... It's pointless.
Well...
Waka? Something had happened between... Well, whatever it was not...
You here to pray for victory too?
Us? Pray? Who needs to pray? The Luca goers always win.
Oh yeah? Then why you here?
We've been praying for some competition this year.
So what's your goal this time? You gonna do your best again? Ha! It's too bad your best isn't good enough. Why even bother showing up?
This time, we play to win.
Ooh, play away. Just remember, even kids can play, boys.
See you in the finals!
We'll beat them. We have to.
You know that team?
Putting people down. They're as bad as my old man.
But Sir Jecht was a kind and gentle man.
Well, not my Jecht. Even 10 years after he left. Just thinking about my old man got me angry. But maybe that was just my way of keeping him... Nah.
Lord, oh...
My name is...
So, your high... And all these... As I recall, quality over... I have need of only...
I only have as many... I trust to have so many... Even more so... Of course. So, lady...
You do it...
A guardian is someone assigned. I wondered, what's she...
The faith is...
But first, the...
Hey, what...
You're not...
Oh, sure.
Where's... Then what?
Hey, I'm not a... Ah! Let me go! Go! Hey! What's the big idea?
Just...
This is bad. Only Guardian. Well... Whoa. It was done.
Yuna will be the one.
She could be. Just.
So what?
The faith.
Oh, yeah.
The faith. Yevon took their soul.
Huh?
Now. But when a summoner. That's what.
All that? So...
She prays with all her.
There was something. That song we heard there. It was proof that Spira and... Maybe that's why I tried to say something. I thought I had put my feelings for Xanarkin behind me. But they were there, and they grew inside me bigger and bigger, till I was just about ready to burst.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
What do you want to do?
To scream real loud.
Let's do it! Live and let live! Oh yeah!
Take that! I'm on a roll!
Live and let live!
Off time. The matches start soon as we...
Ooh, yeah! Don't look. I've no business.
Who do you think?
Awaka, the 20.
Awaka?
Don't know. But someday, I'll make it up.
Well, you'll take...
Relax.
And...
You could always... Anyhow, it's...
What?
What do you want?
You know what.
Oh, yeah.
And who?
No. It is...
Well, well. Trying to follow in my footsteps, are you? I usually charge for lessons, you know. That shot is done like this. You can't do it, kid. But don't worry, my boy. You're not the only one. No one else can do it. I'm the best. You can't do it. No one else can. You're out of your league. I'm the best.
Oh no! I failed jet shot. Whatever will I do?
Told you.
I'm a bad player. Hey! What the fuck is my mic so sensitive for? Holy fuck, it's picking you up like way the fuck out there. No.
How do you know that? What the Sir Jack showed it to me when I was a child.
Whatever, I'd rather have the mic too sensitive than not sensitive enough.
Magnificent Jet Shot Mark III.
Is there...
You know what?
Hello?
Mark 1 or Mark 2, you know?
Do you know where,
Man said the name Mark
the
3
hair thingy is? Oh, no, I know where it's at. It's on my pillow that's on the floor.
And Mark 2. And
Yeah, I'm breaking out in a sweat.
get so mad. Is he alive, you think?
I don't know. But Sir Jack was my father's guardian.
So he's famous here, too?
Yeah.
Well, I was starting to sweat even with the fan on, so...
I should think word would get around fast.
No, it doesn't bother me, I just think it's a hot flash for myself. So if you want to have it off, you can have it off. I don't mind.
I thought he died 10 years ago.
Well...
I probably just... After everything he put Mom and me through. Because he was famous, I was always... Well, you should know. Your father's famous too. Everyone in Spirit knows him, right? Ain't it?
Huh?
It is hard to follow in his footsteps. As a
By how much? I mean, it's not. It's only in the one spot, right? Oh, that's good. How the fuck that thing puts out that much water is beyond me.
I got the right.
I guess you do.
Yeah, but you would think that if it's being run a lot, they would build in something for the water. If it produces water. Or maybe it's not supposed to produce water.
I think it's a makeshift thing. It probably is supposed to have a hose out the window or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to have. It's probably not made to cool down a two-story house.
Well, it doesn't get upstairs. That's the fun thing about cold, it don't rise. That's why if you're gonna have something cool down the house, well, you wanna put, oh my fucking god, I wanna do this to Jenny. I want your help. We need to get some like water bottles that can fit in shoes. Okay? And then we need to take the shoes when she's like in the bathroom next time and put the shoes with a water bottle and you spread them out down the stairs. And you go, Jenny! There's water running down the stairs! You're welcome for that. It's innocent! It is!
You're not.
How am I not? I thought it was cute.
It was cute. You're very funny, baby.
Yeah, Adobo.
Yep.
Oh, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this blonde asshole? What in fucking Yevon's name were the you doing up there, buddy? What the fuck?
What's up now? Maester Micah has arrived. That's what. Micah? Maester? Maester Micah is the leader of all the peoples of Speedrun. He's come all the way from Bavell. The tournament is being held to honor his 50 years as Maester.
50 years? Shouldn't he be, retired by now?
Hey, mind your mouth now.
Let's all go see him.
Can't see a thing.
That's a Guado, right?
Who could it be?
Isn't that Maester Seymour?
People of Spirit, I thank you for your generous welcome. Rise, Maester Seymour, and all of you as well. I present to you the son of Maester Jiskel Guado, who departed for the far plain a fortnight past. As some of you already know, he has been officially ordained a Maester of Yevon.
I am Seymour Guado. I am honored to receive the title of Maester. In life, my father Jiskel worked to foster friendship between man and Guado. I vow to carry on his legacy and to fulfill my duties as Maester to the best of my abilities.
You too, bow your head. Really psychs you up, yeah? All right, last meeting before the match. How so?
Where's what?
We had to play the year before that.
Well, we would. We're playing the That's right. We got. First things first.
Someone said they. Yes.
Hey! Hey! You...
Hey.
Yeah.
Huh?
Sir Orin was. So. Let's go.
It didn't even occur to me to and the one that I knew, I don't know why.
Hey! Albed some Albed say this girl Rika. If you meet Oh, and
I'm sorry. Hey.
you're...
I hope we don't.
In Xanarkin, we do this to cheer on Blitz players. You try it too. Put your fingers in your mouth like this.
Like this?
Not like that. This. Then you just blow.
It's not. Oh.
Hey. Then. Well.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Luca is.
I thought every town was.
Towns. Because.
What about Luca?
It's not any The Crusaders fight.
They protect.
Blitzball is really. Spear us a little. Is Xanark?
Well, there are more buildings.
They must be. Let's go.
Orin.
Let's ask her.
Why not talk, Kimari? Leave Kimari. Kimari for. Speedrun. Maybe.
Take.
Take it outside.
Today on this glorious to participate in all of these. Such is the nature of this. Let us sing to the contestant.
Come on!
Where in... Yuna's been kidnapped in exchange for her safer... If they're only blitzball play... But we shouldn't take...
I'm going... This'll be no... They're telling the Aurochs to throw... I mean...
Waka said he'll take care of the game. The Albed... Let's... The Al...
Rats are keeping the... Oh!
Ah, but the referee...
He won't laugh. Let... Let's go. I hope you hurt them.
A little. What is it?
There were these Al-Bed that saved my life when I first came to Spira. They took me on their ship, even gave me food. I was kinda hoping that this was the same ship. But it's not. I wonder if they're all gone.
What happened?
Sin came up near us. I made it out okay, but I don't know what happened to their ship.
Was there anyone called Sid on that ship?
I don't know. They were all speaking that Al-Bed language.
I see.
So who's Sid?
He's my uncle, but I've never actually met him.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so that means you're Al-Bed too, Yuna?
On my mother's side, yes. Sid is my mother's brother. He became distant after my mother married. But she told me to seek him out if I ever needed help.
You're worried he was...
Don't tell Waka about Yuna's lineage. The thing about Waka, he never had much love for the Al-Bed.
Whoa! I gotta tell Waka.
I thought I told you not to tell Waka.
The game!
Oh!
If it was Chap...
Hey! I know I can... You're the one who told... And I don't think Waka would...
You don't...
Sure you are. The game starts. We're playing the goal. Lady, are you...
All this... I'm sorry.
Hey...
Don't go near Albed. The game starts soon. No time for warm-ups. Ready?
Let me at him.
All right. I got something to tell you boys. After this game, I'm retiring. I promised myself this would be my last tournament. Win or lose, I'm quitting Blitzball. But you know, since we're here, we might as well win.
Yeah! Mind a bench.
I'm warming a bench. He's taking my place. All right, boys, let's win this one. Let's make the goers goners.
Let's blitz.
I saw you floating there on the sphere.
Oh, hey, you weren't supposed to see that. Oh.
You really gave it your all, didn't you?
All right, boys.
In just a... But who? A championship? Our legend?
This looks like...
They're already... The goers...
Am I back? Watch me get like a lightning steel or thunderball from the fucking Garuda. Lol. Lame-ow. Wow. Man, I feel bad because someone shows up and then immediately internet cuts out for a minute. And
Everyone's... Say! He's leaving!
To be honest, it really was the Oryx and Waka show after all.
I wonder what's happening. Ah, it's... The Auroch!
Aug. The double crit. I think I'm gonna kill him on the next hit. Wow, that's a rainbow. Wow. God damn. Alright. Alright, I see what you're putting down. Okay. I had 12 speed spheres, so I need 4 speed spheres still. I can possibly get minimum 2 on the high road, or not on high road, on Mushroom Rock. But it depends on if I get the rare drop or not. Honestly, kinda prefer the rare drop. But hey, it is what it is. God damn.
Shouldn't you heal up first?
Yuna needs me with her now. I can't be lying around in some bed.
Yeah, but...
Come on, look sharp. The Blitz season just started. Don't make those faces, yeah? Well, see ya, boys. You be good.
Captain.
I can't hear you.
Captain!
Are you sure?
Never liked long goodbyes anyway. Sorry for making you wait, Yuna. I had some promises to keep, yeah? From now on, I'm your full-time guardian.
Then welcome back, Sir Waka. Good to have you with us.
Hey. It's good to be back, yeah? So, any news on what happened?
Not really. We don't know where the fiends came from. Maester Micah is safe and sound, thanks to Maester Seymour. That's about it.
Maester Seymour's Aeon. It was so powerful.
Hey, you! Don't just stand there! All of this is your fault! Getting swallowed by sin, ending up here in Spira, not being able to go back to Xanarkand, everything! I'm telling you, it's all your fault! Who are you, anyway? You knew my old man, didn't you?
Yeah,
And you also knew Yuna's father?
that's correct.
Hey man, there's no way. That's just impossible.
Nothing impossible about it. Jecht, Vraska, and I, together we defeated Sin 10 years ago. Then I went to Xanarkand, where I watched over you, so that one day I could bring you to Spira.
Why did it have to be me?
Jecht asked me to.
Is he alive?
It depends on what you mean by alive. He is no longer human. But then, I felt something of Jecht there in that shell, couldn't you? You must have felt him when you came in contact with Sin.
It can't be.
It is. Sin is checked.
No, that's ridiculous! No way! I don't believe you!
But it is the truth. You'll see for yourself. Come with me.
If I say no?
Every story must have an ending.
I don't care about your stories!
I see. Sorry you feel that way. Fine then. Come or don't come, it's your decision.
Ah! What am I supposed to say? You tell me it's my decision. But I don't have a choice, do I? You're the only one who can tell me what's going on anyways. I have to go with you, I have to!
Irritating, I know. Or are you afraid? It's all right.
Orin. Will I ever go home? Back to Xanarkand?
That's up to Jecht. I'm going to offer my services to Yuna. Come.
You think he's gonna...
Sir Orin knows him. Do you think he'll find...
In any case...
He's still in town.
You...
Sir...
I wish to become... You
No. We accept...
Of course.
But...
I promised Braska.
You promised? My father? Thank you, Sir Orin. You're welcome to join us.
And... he comes too.
Hi, guys. Howdy.
This one I promised Jecht.
Is Sir Jecht alive?
Can't say. Haven't seen him in 10 years.
I see.
You'll meet eventually.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
What's our itinerary? Where...
Hey! Hey, watch.
Hey, you got pretty good.
You sound sad.
Yeah, maybe.
Want to scream?
I really don't think that's gonna help this time.
You know what? It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians are kind of like Spira's ray of light. A lot of people in Spira depend on us. I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know. I know it's hard.
Yeah. I understand. I think.
Right. Now let's see what you can do.
Huh?
Come on.
This is weird.
Next, try laughing out loud.
What?
Come on, show me. You probably shouldn't laugh anymore. Too funny.
It was your idea.
Thank you.
Huh?
I want my journey to be full of laughter.
Okay.
If we should get separated, just whistle. I'll come running. I promise.
Well, let's go. What are you looking at?
We were just worried you guys might have gone crazy.
Sorry. Well then, all right. Now, we will go to the temple at Jose. And Guardians, don't forget to smile.
It's awesome.
No way! What?
Told ya.
Do you know?
Someone.
Correct. A terrible test compared to see.
But I believe humans...
A good reply. Where are my man? I am on a journey. My travels have taken me to fragile smiles. They are counting.
guys are toast. I won't go so easy on you next time.
Ladies,
Yes.
I am Lucille.
And I'm Alma.
There have been reports of a large Do take care.
Thank you.
Good.
Our prayer.
A large.
Let's...
What?
It's the right...
It's the right.
What the...
Eject. And every time he's...
I'll be right back.
You... Yes. Nice to... Lady Yuna? Yeah.
We're looking...
I'll do...
And good luck.
What's...
The calm. It comes after a summer.
Sin down.
Yuna's dead, but Sin's still here. Wait.
Don't say it isn't.
Even for people can sleep. That kind of... Don't say it. Your words that day...
Make way! Live and let live! I won't go so easy on you next time. I won't go so easy on you next time. I won't go so easy on you next time. Live and let live!
We'll defeat...
But...
In...
Are you all... Yeah.
It isn't... My name is
What was all that about?
You mean the one guy?
I heard they were to use...
Huh?
The use of Machina.
That's bad.
Let them they still...
But... The teaching...
Yeah.
But... You don't... And it's all because...
Don't... Well, Still... People are depending on...
Yes. Thank you. Now, I feel...
I'll be right back.
But this isn't...
Is that...
They killed...
Where were...
Sir Orange...
I'm not...
Well...
Has it? Check it out. That sunset was different from the one I saw in Killiga. It was quiet, almost gentle. What you up to?
Pretty.
Sure is.
I wish I could live in a place like this. Peaceful. Living with a smile on my face every day.
You can, once you beat Sin, right?
But then, a new Sin will be born anyway.
Well, then you can just beat it again.
I wish I could.
Hey, you can. Trust me. You are the best summoner out there. Yuna, why does Sin always come back?
Sin is our punishment for our vanity. And it will not go away until we've atoned.
How do we do that? What did we do that was so bad in the first place? Ah, was it using lots of Machina or something? Oh, wait, was that such a bad thing, really?
It's funny. Ever since I was young, I never questioned it. But now that you ask me if it is that bad or not, I don't know. There are so many things I don't know.
Well, then we're the same. Oh, such thinking is very unbecoming of a summoner. Sound like Micah?
That's not very nice, you know.
You know, during a game, you have to think of Blitz and nothing else, you know?
Okay.
You can't think, that's a cute girl on the 5th seat from the right. And you can't be thinking about where you're gonna go on that date
Because the minute you do, that's when you lose. You see, Yuna, what I mean is, you really shouldn't worry, you know? After we beat Sin, that's when you can worry about the future.
I guess.
But Yuna, how are you supposed to beat something big like that?
The final summoning. It's the only way to defeat Sin. The only way. With it, we can call the final Aeon. That's the goal of the pilgrimage. The faith of the final summoning lies waiting in the far north to greet summoners that complete their pilgrimage. At the world's edge in Xanarkand.
In Xanarkand?
She means the ruins of a city destroyed 1,000 years ago.
You sure it's ruins?
That's what I've heard.
You'll see it for yourself soon enough. Yuna, come back inside.
You will go with us to Xanarkand?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go to Xanarkand to see it with my own eyes. I knew it couldn't be my Xanarkand, but I had to make sure.
Pintus. Ah, I meant to say part.
Oh.
I am real. Hello to. It means.
Ah.
If you are Elbed Primer, finding them and. Here, let me give you. Although you might want.
Yeah, I.
That's our.
Oh, thank.
To the
Now I.
Give me a break. Like.
It was your. If you're always.
Yeah. won't go so easy on you next time. Live and let live. Don't break any bones, old man. I won't go so easy on you next time. This'll be easy. I'll be right back.
Got it and lose it.
This is the...
Good to have you with it.
Show me how to...
Wait around.
Hey, thank you for your...
So... You look troubled.
Maester Seymour.
Hold.
Yes.
I need to have Summoner Yuna.
But...
Do not worry. I will take full responsibility.
Very well.
It is...
Yuna. Oh.
Who does...
He's a maester.
All hail.
Brave Crus. Believe in the path you have. I, Seymour Guado.
What's... Why's Maester Seymour... They're using Al-Bed's Mach.
Even going against the... Waka,
Ask him.
Ah, I would be most interested in hearing.
I've got no...
Sir Oren must be...
You're...
Please.
Excuse... Maester... Why is...
Please. It's true. How both the Crusaders and this Operation Meat, although it may be And I, as a denizen of...
But you...
Pretend...
Beg your pardon, but...
Then
you're...
From the first time I laid... But you know...
I'll be right back.
Excuse me, Lady Summoner.
Here we go!
Live and let live!
Yes.
The command center.
I won't go so easy on you next time. I won't go so easy on you next time. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Don't. It might be a hopeless, but the Crusade. They want to. And that's just. Is.
But I still think Machina.
Ladies, the command center is that.
Maester.
Yes.
Monopolies are crap.
The operation, please. Of course, I can't. But they.
If you want. First, you.
Oh. I had heard from Seymour, but I didn't know if we'd actually meet. Good to see you, Oren. 10 years, is it?
That's Wen Keenock, one of the 4 maesters of Yevon. He leads the warrior monks, and also commands the Crusaders.
All troops ready to move at your command, sir.
Good. Dismissed.
Sir!
Tell me, Oren, where have you been the last 10 years?
We don't have time for this now, do we?
This plan won't work, you know that. We'll just let them dream a little longer.
What?
Lord Keenock.
Oh, yes. Proceed.
That...
I heard... A lot has happened.
Fulfilling a
Just tell me one...
I kinda think we don't belong here.
It is time at last. We must tell the Albed waiting outside to begin the operation at once. The fiends may break through. This place is not safe. Make sure you're prepared to defend yourselves. Tell me when you're ready. Are you... Mr.
We'll
Sin to make sure
you won't.
I remembered. Sin is my.
Oh, I didn't roll high enough. Still gonna lose time. But now I get to save time. Now I get to do the really quick Seymour strats.
Who wants to know what it looks like to pet an ice cream?
Alright. Alright, we're in business.
It's like a bit mixed, really.
Everyone, stand back! I'll summon!
You won't. Your powers are still too weak.
But I must do something!
You...
I have no idea what... Before I knew what I was doing, maybe I was angry. I kept thinking of...
They say you don't practice. They say you're no good.
I did quit.
Then
What did you...
you just...
Why, dude? There he goes.
I thought I... Or maybe it was just... How many people die and Yuna dances? When will she stop dancing? When will it stop? Yuna won't stop dancing. Not until Sin is gone. Those were my thoughts then, I think.
I see.
Huh?
Many but yours.
What? Sin had come.
What do you...
Those who turn from...
The past 10...
You do not... But now, more than ever, you must... Anyone else? But you... Until Sin is...
Yes. I understand.
Are you... Yuna, take me as your pillar of strength, as Yunalesca had her Lord Zayon. Lady Yuna?
Sin.
Yeah. But that doesn't...
Sin is...
So he killed all those people just for a chance to see me?
That's what he wanted. Do you...
How am...
So you... As long as he is... He wants you...
You got it. How do you... I'm not done talking!
You're the one.
How are you?
Annalise is hanging up in this class.
Smile, let me see.
Wow. Didn't even get a push. Oh. Alright, that's fine.
First down the moon, then we cross the thunder. And before that, we get to pray at the temple in Jose.
We can't just skip all that, can we? Huh?
I have to pray to the faith in every temple in order to earn the final ale.
That's a summoner's training. She's got to prepare mind and body just to get ready for the final summon.
Must be tough, you.
I'll be fine with you here.
What can I do?
Don't tell me. You know, she would. We do.
Yeah, but even if I...
You.
Come to think of it, did I really have to know about Jet? What about my feelings?
Better than you finding out at a critical moment, becoming emotional.
What?
I heard you.
Yeah. I still don't like...
Jesus. 20 fucking seconds. Wow. That shows exactly what it is when you do a different menu than you're used to. Like you mess up your menu and then you have to adjust. And then that's also, I didn't get a big of a push, so I had an extra encounter, and then I got attacked a lot during those encounters. All those little tiny things add up to 20 seconds. It's incredible. Hey, sometimes I'm on like really good pace after Natus, after having like a minute and a half red at Extractor. So for the potential to be green at Extractor will be huge.
So you're a champ.
I am Summoner Yu.
As the daughter of Lord...
My father. You knew him?
No. I am a son. And I'm guarding my... Since I was a child, I wished I would summon... You must have... I believe...
I'm not really. I've only just become a summoner.
Of course. So perhaps we should...
Very well then. I accept your challenge.
Yuna, Hey. You are you. Moroda's her...
I heard it from... Seems that summoners have...
It could just be...
Sorry, I don't... Ain't much future for...
What?
We're talking about...
Hey.
Please be...
Oh.
We're...
Be...
All right.
We are...
All right.
stop pacing.
Well, still try. What is it, Bart?
You. What of it?
Ken, Aaron, you're the reason. Thank you.
Calling the personal...
And you call yourself a summoner?
Bartel.
Hang in there.
You. All the... And I hear, Maester. The world must look...
This has nothing to do with my father. I'm traveling on my own, as a full-fledged summoner.
Oh, is that so? Then try standing on your own two legs for once. Your guardians...
Get ready.
She was healing the wound.
Okay. More?
What?
Don't...
But... I'm
Don't worry.
Yo.
Sorry.
Really, there's no...
A summoner with bad hair. What's the world coming to?
You could have... What is it today? Everyone's picking on me. Oh, you too, Sir Orin?
Once lady.
I hadn't really... It was only... The only one really... Laughing must have been...
Off, Lady Yuna, you...
I feel that I have... Will you...
Yes. First we cross the...
Once we find Chocobo...
Huh?
Captain! Wait for me!
What took you...
You...
Lady Yuna?
Hey?
No.
Where...
We cross...
Got... Moonflow? Fight. I should have slept in this morning.
Look! Both fought. You come. Raw. Summoner. Neg. Pokemon. Pitiful.
Do those two... What?
Kimari Whip.
And...
Kimari.
But...
It's Kim. Can't enough.
I'm...
Let the run so deep. That's how we...
I mean, I'm worried.
They aren't just...
Hey, if we...
Come?
Live and let live! I won't go so easy on you next time. I won't go so easy on you next time. Live and let live! Live and let live! I'll be right back.
This.
These. They say that cloud.
The entire rip.
Hey,
We're not waiting.
Then, once...
Hey, we better...
Shoe puff? Whoa!
This!
Whoa!
All right.
Please.
What's wrong?
This guy won't let.
It is.
It's just. So what?
Hey,
It is no good. We will find a ford.
Yes, Cap.
But
where there's a wind.
That's our.
Where there's a will. Those words. I wonder how.
Right. Oh. Hey. Take a look.
What? Whoa! A sunk.
A machina. They built the city on.
But the weight of the city caused the...
Right. Yeah. Why build this?
Well...
No. They just wanted to prove... You ever... When humans have... If you don't stop...
Yeah, but don't... Like the stain...
Yeva. Which machina we...
So what kind of...
Remember up...
Or war...
More than 1,000. Mankind wait.
They kept building...
They made weapons. It was thought they...
The people feared.
But the war did not stop.
What?
Sin came.
The war... And our...
So, sins are...
Man.
Yeah.
But it's...
Only...
It's because of people like the...
Watch your...
Sit down.
Sorry.
The outbid!
issue.
I'm sorry. We're all okay now.
Yuna.
Shoot!
Damn! What do they want? Could I have something to... What do they have... Wait. Oh, wait!
Didn't Kamari's about...
Ah, those sad...
Hey! It's no use complaining. We'll protect Yuna from anyone, anywhere. It's that easy. That's all I need to know.
Well,
You're...
You're not dead?
Thought I was done for back there.
Riku! Yeah, you don't...
You beat...
Huh? Oh!
Oh, that really hurt, you know. You big meanie.
What?
Nuh-uh. Pleased to meet you.
Yuna? Lulu? She was the one who helped me before I would...
Wow, so you like... Pray... So, you look a little... Huh?
There's something...
Oh.
Girls only.
Right.
Huh?
Sir... I...
Show me. Look at...
Oh,
Open. As... Are you...
100%. So, can...
If you...
Yeah.
Riku's...
Well, I'm for it.
Right. Then I'll just have to be...
It was... Even though Waka...
Riku.
He never
Ooh, a treasure chest. I wonder... You should know. I'm gonna use that item.
That...
I can combine It's not that...
right back.
I'll take you all on.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
There were fewer fiends in my time.
Oh, really?
I won't go so easy on you next time.
We have been expecting you, Lady Yuna. Welcome to Guado Salam. This way, milady. This way.
Me?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, I beg your pardon. I am called Trommel Guado. I am in the direct search. Lord Seymour.
Business with me? Whatever could it be, I wonder?
Please. Of course.
Twist our arm? Ah. What, which?
I will go in for...
Stay.
Why?
Those with power. Maester.
You sure you don't have...
It's so free. Ariel. Also, fucking Pog, I got another Kamari crit on Gui. Which is why I didn't lose like a shit ton of time on Gui. But then I lost like 20 seconds on Jose because I played pretty meh. Lost a few seconds on Extractor simply because I did not get any crits. Other than that, it's been an excellent pace. I looked at Loftus's splits just to compare to see how he was doing. I know that he does manip, but I was like, I wonder how I'm doing on a no manip versus his manip. And I'm like 45 seconds behind him, but I'm sitting here and thinking like, wow, 45 seconds behind a manip run, not fucking bad. This ain't that bad, holy fuck. Not bad at all. So there is good news for you, Bahamut. I'm getting new internet on the 9th. That is supposedly going to be 5 megabytes up and 60 down, compared to out here being like 1.5 down and less than a megabyte up. Like, I already ordered it and everything. I just need it just like the 9th, right? So fuck yeah. And here's the other thing. Tomorrow, August 3rd, is my birthday. I'm wondering if the game is playing nice enough today that's gonna kick me in the balls in a few hours, or if it's actually going to give me the sub 9 today as a birthday gift, which would be kind of sweet of the game. That'd be kind of cool.
Lady Yuna. No, all summoners are charged with bringing peace to Spira. But this means more than just defeating sin. She must ease the suffering of all Spira. She must be a leader for the people. I proposed to Lady Yuna as a maester of Yevon.
Spira is no playhouse. A moment's diversion may amuse an audience, but it changes nothing.
Even so, the actors must play their parts. There's no need to answer right away. Please, think it over.
We will do so then. We leave.
Lady Yuna, I await your favorable reply. Why are you still here, sir? I beg your pardon. We Guado are keen to the scent of the far plane.
Yuna, the High Summoner, married in the name. It would give Spira some.
Sounds just like a.
Come on. I mean. What? We gotta do.
You sure picked a fine.
Maybe.
You see.
If my getting. If it would. If I could do that. I never. But I.
Sir.
You could always just quit your. I will. I'm sure that. I must.
Like.
I had to stop.
What's there to.
I'm going to see my.
Go on.
I wondered why. Do you love?
about this. When somebody dies, so their souls or... But... And... Do dead...
You thinking those fun? You'll see.
Aren't you...
I do not.
You're...
Searching the past. This is all. You'd better.
You're not really going to see the... People think of the relative. They take on the form of the... Well...
What?
I keep...
Huh?
Memories are not...
You're...
What the...
The farplane was cool, but I couldn't stop thinking about Yuna. Her parents, they looked so happy together. But it got me worried that maybe seeing them would make Yuna really consider Seymour's proposal.
Yo, meant to come. Sorry, I know you won't. I gave up. This guy, traveling with him, you were still alive. But then again, guess your place. So, oh, that guy, he like.
So, Yuna?
I've decided.
Oh, really? That's good.
I remember when I was only 7 years old in Bavel that day. My father had defeated Sin, and the whole town was out in the streets. Everyone was laughing. They all seemed so happy. If I defeated Sin, that would make everyone happy, wouldn't it? I must do what everyone wants, not just what I want.
Let's go back. You gotta tell Seymour.
Before that, call Sir Jet. Give it a try.
Huh?
Don't worry. He won't come.
Trying not to think about my old man made me think about him, of course.
See, told you.
He isn't here because he's not dead. He's Sin.
That means he's alive, you know.
What if my old man really is Sin? What would I say to Yuna? Heck, to everybody in Spira. Wait, why should I have to apologize for him anyway? I'd rather never see him again.
What makes you hate him so?
Everything he does just makes me mad. It was his fault that me and my mother...
Mom? It's her.
She's very pretty.
But... wait. No one ever performed the sending for her.
She must have accepted death while she was still alive.
Whoa there. That's my mother you're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think I just figured something out.
What?
Why I hate my old man.
You know, though.
See, so I told him what I thought of him right there.
Really?
Of course.
I suppose, but... Mommy! Just a sec, dear.
Whenever my old man was around, my mother wouldn't even look at me. Maybe that's when I started to resent him, even hate him. When he left us, Mom just lost her energy.
You can't stand Steam or DS graphics. So it's either watch FF4 with bad graphics, or watch my stream that is horrible.
I apologize.
The old lady next door told me, when a loved bird dies, the one left behind, it just gives up living so it can join its mate. It was just like that. I hated my old man even more. But really, my old man...
Mommy! Just a sec, dear.
Go cry if you go.
Oh man. That must sound so stupid.
I don't think so.
I honestly haven't watched Harvey in a while.
How embarrassing.
I don't like FF4.
No, do not.
Well, I do, but not all that much. It's lower on my list.
Thanks. I'll go give my... Look!
He just...
He is not...
Hey, same enough.
Talk later.
It wasn't Sen?
I would...
Hey, fair enough.
But he's... something. That's him through.
It means he...
Harvey hasn't been doing anything that I like to watch lately. Which is... whatever. I mean, it's not like I'm upset that I haven't been able to watch him. It's just like, oh, well, that kind of sucks.
Just go.
Wait up! He's not getting...
See?
It's your big chance, huh? That's no thing to say. I think she should get married and stop being a summoner.
Oh, has he?
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Why?
because
I didn't see that.
tough, you know?
That'd be cool.
In the end, she has to fight sin.
Yeah, but she would never marry someone who wanted her to quit.
Yeah,
I guess you're right.
the no license board part just is so fucking brutal. Yeah. When you can just DCG 90% of the bosses, it's... eh. Or when, like, you spend 10 hours, or whatever, filling up one dark matter. Oh yeah, I'm not saying I'm interested in trying that stuff myself, but goddamn, dude, I have a limit. Yeah, it does. To get Worm Hero Blade, like Omega, fighting Omega alone is like a week. And then Yasmat is like 3 days.
That won't go so easy on you next time.
Like, Yasmat is straight up 3 fucking days of just letting Balthier shoot Yasmat over and over and over again. It's so fucking... Just imagine 3 days of letting Balthier just pew at like 200 damage a pop. And then Yasmat, or not Yasmat, Omega is even fucking worse, because it's like, you have to not only, like, not only do you have to kill him, but you have to get to him. Getting to Yasmat involves getting past, like, all of the Forbiddens, which have fun. Something like that. Well, honestly, you could just DCG with anything you wanted. If you want to get really good about it, you could stock up on like 99 Berserks, like the wines, the 99 wines. You could stock up on those, and for the first little bit, you could just throw the wines. It would slightly make it faster. But actually, I don't remember if you can even get the wine in the PS2 version. I think you can. But the output would only be like 30% more on a few of them. It wouldn't like significantly change anything. Not even. It would cut like a few minutes off at most. It would cut like, I would guess maybe 15 minutes at most off if you did 99 wines. Because you're doing, say, 200 damage with a dark shot at 30% of that, so you'd be doing 260 for like 90 seconds.
Well, it's nothing really. I just, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come in. Hey, wasn't that just old Guado guy?
The sphere is his will. It says, take care of my son.
At least I think it's 30%.
His son, Seymour? Well, I know one way to take care of him.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't remember if you can have steel gorgets or not immediately on the license board. I think not. But, so I won't even go there, but having steel gorgets would give you, like, a boost if you were in critical health, but I don't think it does. I don't think you can get steel gorgets. Well, I know you can get them, but I don't think you can equip them. What am I doing? Why did I fucking throw that? Well, on TZA, you can just do new game. I was trying to throw a grenade, instead threw a bomb core. I got an Iron Giant, went to go throw a grenade, threw a bomb core. Happens. I needed a couple of speed spheres, so I just was like, yeah, bomb core will work. Oh well. It didn't really even, like, I lost a little bit of time, it doesn't even really matter. If I don't have a light curtain, that's fine. It just makes Wendigo fucking scary. I don't like Wendigo without a light curtain.
Somehow, my bad feelings always come true.
I tend to power break.
Decided to marry.
I thought so.
But why? Why'd you change your mind?
For Spear's future and Yevon's unity. I thought it would be...
Well, the thing with New Game Minus is that you literally can't level. It just will not let you level, ever. Or you can start with, like, New Game Plus, and everyone will start out at, like, level 90?
It is a personal matter.
You're kidding, huh?
As you wish.
I'm sorry.
Just one thing.
I won't quit my pilgrimage.
Then it is fine.
Wait a minute, Oren. You don't care? I mean, you're not gonna stop her?
No, I'm not. As long as she's willing to face sin, all else is her concern. That is a summoner's privilege, as long as she journeys.
But that's...
Luna, just one question. Can't you just talk to Maester Seymour? You got to marry him?
I think
she's willing to face sin. She's privileged. I didn't understand. But somehow, I felt like I didn't belong. But if I didn't belong with them, I'd be stuck in Spira, alone. And being alone in that place, well, I didn't want to think about it.
Next, we're going to Makamani Temple. Yuna can talk with Seymour there. We Guardians will wait until they're done and plan our next move. Understood?
Yeah, they put a different, like, engine, basically. You know what? I'll take the time loss. So you can block anything. You can DCG everything on TZA, but unless it has an FMV move, it'll still be able to do anything at once. Because they never updated how much effect any one thing does. So like, Holy on PS2 is the full 8. So when Holy is going on, you can do nothing that takes, like, effect capacity. But on TZA, you can have 3 of your characters cast Holy at the exact same time if you want. And it'll go off. And it doesn't matter. You can cast, like, Scourge, Scathe, and Holy all at the same time. It'll... whatever. And that's why the battles feel more epic, because more shit happens so much quicker. But Yasmat's still free. All you have to do is wait for Cyclone. Or, better yet, on TZA, since there's no damage cap, you can just reflect Darktica on him from the stairs, and he'll never fucking get you if you're on the stairs. Or up in a little cubby hole. Harvey actually made a video about it years ago. But yeah, you can totally fucking reflect magic on him through the wall.
It's funny. Maybe it was because I read
FMV moves
just your duty.
don't even take effect capacity, they just require the effect capacity to be 0. So if you have something constantly in it with the DCG, then it never clears. Big difference. Well, not really. They're effectively the same. Wow.
I'll be right back.
Fuck yourself, Riku.
I won't go so easy on you next time. Guardian should fight, not think.
Huh?
I won't go so easy on you next time.
see so.
Checked. Playman. What are you taking?
Well, you said it was gonna be a long trip. We'll be seeing a lot of neat things, right? So I thought I'd record it all in this. To show to my wife and kid, you know.
This is no pleasure cruise.
Hey, Braska. Ain't this supposed to be a grand occasion? Where are the cheering fans, the crying women?
This is it. Too many goodbyes. People think twice about leaving.
If you say so. Well, it better be a lot more colorful when we come back. A parade for Braska, vanquisher of sin.
We should go. Day will break soon. Lauren, could you stand closer to it? Good. That should do it.
What's the matter? Afraid I might bite?
Checked.
Braska, you should take one too. It'll make a great gift for little Yuna.
I suppose. Lord Braska, we shouldn't be wasting our time like this.
What's the hurry, man?
Let me tell you what the hurry is. Lauren.
I think there's more.
If you're sitting, it means you might not know when you'll... Although I guess I'd there's a time. You'll be fine. And never mind. Anyway, I believe...
It sounded almost serious, but it was too late.
He was checked. Jack, he was always talking. That's why he took all those. But as he journeyed with us, he decided he would.
So then, he gave up going home?
That.
I guess I understood. My old man, he knew there was no way back home. Back to Xanarkand. He wanted to go home, but he knew he couldn't. He couldn't go on. So, even if he had, I don't think he would have left his...
All right. Let's go, guys.
Maybe
Really?
Live and let live.
That was some bullshit.
Lord Seymour.
It's good. I have one. I want to. Do you think?
Lord Seymour. We must. I'll have to ask. I'll send. We're on.
Thank you.
That way.
I can't fucking whistle anymore. I couldn't whistle that well to begin with. Lady Yuna! We magic. Can't thrust. See how quick my left hand can mash? Not fast. Right hand, fast. Come on, baby. Nice.
did.
Well, I don't... And I probably don't even... I know. She's just... Just think of this as an...
Give him time.
You've done it. All right. You sure you're not... Better than...
Right with it all.
What?
I'll take Kamari over you any day.
Just don't do anything rash.
What's that mean?
I'm saying you should not complicate matters, or you'll find yourself trapped. Understand?
I don't need you to tell me that.
I guess there's some sense in what you're saying.
Make mistakes. That's what youth is for, after all. Do not waste it.
So which is it?
I can't tell if I'm son or not. Probably not.
Home! The likes of her are not welcome in this hallowed place.
She is a guardian.
Oh, Ben? A guardian? Preposterous.
I've decided to be Yuna's guardian now, and that's all I want.
And that's all one needs to be a guardian. Very well.
Thanks to you, you have not... It's... Lord Seymour and Lady Lord Jiskel. Well, we are all... 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 We are all...
What could we have now, victims of sin?
Yeah.
You're not...
Kamari
certainly you knew of these things, did you not? Well then, why have you come here?
I came to stop you.
I see. You came to punish me then? What a pity. Ah, of course. Protect the summoner even at the cost of one's life. The code of the Guardian. How admirable. Well, if you're offering your lives, I will have to take them.
Maester Seymour, I trust my guardians with my life, but they are also my friends. I will not stand by and watch them be hurt. I will fight you too!
All right. Maester Seymour!
So be it.
How many fucking runs in a row is that? Where I've gotten Shremedied here. I used to never get Shremedied. Probably just on a string of bad luck with remedies. Please, no, that's Kamari. That's fine. Whatever. Well, this just got a lot more interesting. No Riku Overdrive. No steals.
Wait a minute, it's not Seymour struck from.
Who did this?
I also have to have Riku's Overdrive for Seymour 3. Oh, that's fun.
Now hold on just a minute. Seymour's the bad guy, right? We'll just explain to everyone what happened.
Oh, hey, equip my sword.
Give us a check.
Alright. Hopefully I can get Riku filled. Orin needs to live. So Tidus, Yuna, and Orin all need to live on this. Whatever, not too difficult. Oh, gonna get the encounter now. Oh wow, holy fuck, okay. GG, you mean?
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Hey Rico, thank you. Oh wow. I got the rare drop on one of the Guado. I got 4 power spheres. I think I'm done with power spheres. If that's the case.
If I had a headache.
If I'm not done with power spheres, I'm so close. That I don't even have to buy a power distiller probably.
I think he means.
Hey, are you saying I'll never be like Lulu? Kimari!
I wanted to confront. I wanted to convince. Yes.
So?
He. No. I should have told.
Llewellyn, you want to waste time?
You don't have to.
Our immediate... Are you really...
But then, do you think Yevon will allow it?
The faith, Mother, not the temple. If the temple, then we will do...
What? I can't believe you said that.
Now, we have to atone to make up for the sins we have committed. Of course, it's not like I ever liked Mr. Seymour, yeah? No way I'll ever forgive him for killing Lord Gisco. For trying to do us all in too, you know? But still, a bunch of us going against Yevon? No way!
Still, we have transgressed. We must face our punishment.
We must go. You must speak with me. There is no.
So,
Will you come with us?
I am...
Yeah, that's right. You can always count on Aaron to complicate things.
Yeah, Kimari, Lord.
I never have...
Hey!
Thank you.
It's got nerves.
You're too late.
Is that cool?
Yes, it is Yevon.
Almost killed my run.
Another...
Yeesh.
see. All right. You... Say, how do you get to Xanarkand anyway? Sin? I thought so. That proved it. Sin was the link between Xanarkand and Spira. Which means, if we kill Sin, I'll never be able to go home.
The Sin...
There's something here. The ground.
Sin! The toxin, watch out!
It was then I knew that Sin really was my old man. For the first time, I was finally able to believe it. The song you were listening to. What is it this time? That's... Hey. You want... I'll find... I forget. Be good for...
Need some help.
Are you all right?
The other...
We're supposed to stay...
Wait, he's...
You... Where's you... Damn! First I lose you... Great day.
It's not your... let live! I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Oh, hey, where's you?
Gone.
There's something I want to tell you. No. I know where we are. We're on Bikanel Island. There's a place us Albed call home near here. Uni's there, I'm sure of it. Other Albed must have come and rescued her.
Rescue? What does it matter?
That's... Anyway, that you won't tell... Especially... You know they don't like... Who knows what the...
Give me a break. What are you accusing Yevon of this time?
Yevon did something really bad to us before.
Well, you Albed must have deserved it.
Ugh! Can't you guys talk about this later?
Just promise you won't tell anyone about this island. Promise?
Waka, come on!
All right, I promise. Lead the way.
You got it. I can take them apart.
Live and let live!
Leave it to me.
I won't go so easy on you next time. I'll be right back. Live and let live! I'll be right back. I won't go so easy on you next time. I'll be right back. No problem. Live and let live.
What?
Of all the
Where's...
A war between Yevon and the Al-Bed?
Guado. You Riku's friends? Let's go kick...
Leader of the...
Let's...
Yeah.
Not all...
Yuna!
We'll be there soon, Uni.
This should be quick! Let's find Yuna! Quick!
What in...
This is...
Riku, Renetsa! Riku Itando! Eas Majmakul! Ultra Fiends Federal!
What'd he say?
We have to get it.
Where's...
The Summoner Sanctum. This way! Over here!
this place done for?
You're right. You're right, Waka. We Albed, we weren't always like this. Sin destroyed the island, where we all used to live. After that, we were scattered to every corner of Spira. But then, my dad brought the Albed together again. If we put our minds to it and worked together, then we could make a new home. Everyone worked hard. We had our home back again. But now, why did things have to turn out this way?
Riku! Damn those Guado! What are they thinking?
Riku. The Summoner's Sanctum is where we keep the Summoners. We keep them safe there. I know it's against...
I get...
Well, I sure don't get it, Waka. They might get hurt on their pilgrimage? So you kidnap them? I mean, if the Summoners don't do their job, then who will beat Sin? You want to protect them, I know. But Guardians are there for that. If Guardians do their job well, Summoners will be safe. Right!
It's quiet. Kimari goes now.
You know...
She's... Hello. Wait there.
They died, protecting us. It's not much, but the least we can do is give them a proper sending.
Hey, the Albed said so. That Summoner's
Why couldn't they trust Guardians to protect the Summoners? The Albed had no right stopping their pilgrimage.
The pilgrimages have to stop. If they don't, and they get to Xanarkand, they might defeat Sin. Uni could... But then she... Uni will die, you know? You know, don't you? Summoner's journey to get the final Aeon. Yuna told you, didn't she? With the final Aeon, she can beat Sin. But then... If she calls it, then the final Aeon's gonna kill her. Even if she defeats Sin, it will kill Uni too, you know?
Was I the only one who didn't know?
Tell me why. Why were you hiding it? Why didn't I know?
We weren't hiding it.
It was just too hard to say.
Lulu! How could you? How could you? Isn't she like a sister to you? I thought you were family. Why don't you do something, Waka?
Don't you think we tried to stop her? She follows her heart.
Yuna, she knew what she was doing when she chose to become a summoner. To face sin, yeah? Yuna knew.
But Waka, that's just totally wrong. Summoners shouldn't have to sacrifice themselves. Just so the rest of Spira can be happy, right?
But that is our choice.
We all live in fear of sin, you know that.
A world without sin. That is the dream of all Yevon's children. And we will use that power even if it means our lives.
I've been telling Yuna! Let's go to Xanarkand together! Let's beat Sin! I told her all the things! We could, and all along, the whole time, I didn't know anything! But Yuna, she'd just smile.
Hey, watch.
Hey, you got pretty good.
You sound sad.
Yeah, maybe.
Want to scream?
I really don't think that's gonna help this time.
You know what?
Hmm?
It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians are kind of like Spira's ray of light. A lot of people in Spira depend on us. I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know. I know it's hard.
Yeah, I understand. I think.
Right. Now let's see what you can do. I want my journey to be full of laughter.
I can't let her die. I'll find her.
I don't know what's going on with the bot. I'll have TOA fix it. Steamy. Need your help. The bot needs CPR.
That usually happens whenever the internet goes down.
But it didn't. The internet did go out, but it worked for...
I've got to tell her I'm sorry.
That's it? You're gonna tell her you're sorry. And then you just drag her to Xanakin and make her fight Sheen, huh? You're all the same. Let the summoner die so we can live in peace.
No! I'm telling you.
Boy. I'm gonna...
So you...
Of course not! Using...
Speedrun!
Marie!
Fruit!
Heck!
E-A-U-E Nobo me no Re mi ri Yo chu yo go Asate kanae
What's going
We're...
With one of the for... Nadine Dukit. Hat wundank. Frida kut ipwit makina. Ekto lipa piamdaf. Wika?
Hey, look. Don't get so down. Boom! Like happy festival fireworks, yeah?
You can cram your happy festival, you big meanie.
After you want to keep... Would you seek to...
If she continues... Sure as shit. No harebrained law. When I save her, I'll make her...
Even again...
Better let her die. And I'll...
You...
Good!
Vidra! From... F... Yuna! Where would...
The Palace of Sea.
Gramps!
He's... Pavel's defense...
What's the matter? Yuna's there. And that's all.
You get... God, Louie. It'll take a while to get to Pavel. Meanwhile...
We prepare...
We're being... Some of the Guado that it...
You're off!
I am calm.
Fiend! means. There's nothing to do but...
But destroy the ship and all go down together.
Huh?
You gotta learn a little... If you crash the ship... Leave the Fiend.
Yeah.
Hey!
Riku, good luck.
Whoa!
What is...
The Guardian, the Great Sacred...
Wait!
Riku, we're gonna get on deck!
There he...
The ferryman.
We gotta keep our distance. Y'all have to... But tell me quick, huh?
Roger!
Not alone.
This has...
You would play at marriage just for a chance to send me? Your resolve is admirable. All the more fitting to be my lovely wife.
Do you not? Your protect or throw the choice.
You are what?
I am sorry, but it is for Yevon.
Aren't those weapons forbidden by Yevon?
There are exceptions.
Throw down your weapon. Leave.
You're coming with.
Don't.
This is food.
Don't. Believe.
What?
And all that.
Let me go!
Yuna's.
We'll join.
Break!
Bevel Palace.
The chamber.
It's a
Who cares?
Huh?
What's a mock?
I suppose.
That's not what I mean.
Hey,
Another.
So this is... They betray...
They treat.
the entrance.
I wonder if you.
Let's go.
Let's go.
inside.
Then what do we you can... What?
They join with the sun. Their human soul. The dead.
Wait!
There's the... You...
I expected.
Of course.
The High... The sacred officers of the... To those on trial.
Maester.
Son, you have
Yes.
Then you have inflicted dire injury upon Maester Seymour Guado. Conspired with the Albed and joined in their insurrection. These are traitorous and unforgivable crimes that disturb the Order of Yevon. Tell this court what possessed you to participate in such violence.
You're good. The real traitor. He killed.
What?
Not only Maester Seymour.
It is a summoner's sacred duty. Yuna was only...
Grand Maester Mike.
Sin.
Yes.
You.
What? Grand Maester Mike.
Enlightened.
Life is but a passing.
Men die. Only the resist.
But I am a summoner. I am on a pill. Are you? Grand Maester, all the people who have opposed sin, their battles, their sacrifices, were they all in vain?
No matter how many summon, they reap. Yet the courage of those who fight gives the people hope. There is nothing futile in the life and death of a summoner.
Never few.
Indeed. Yevon is...
No.
Those who
She is strong.
What? What? Everything in... Huh?
Summoners challenge the Guardians give the faith are the souls of Speedrun. Only sin is reborn. It is a cycle of...
Come out.
Sentence?
Really now?
You...
Looks like... Where's it? Floating down. Ooh. What's our...
Think they expect us?
Ugh.
Where's...
I don't...
Wonder if we should...
Let's wait at the...
If there...
How
It seems my father...
hard hit.
How... The summoner Yuna. She may be...
She cannot.
Let it... No one thrown...
Yet there is all. Place guards.
Sir... Allow me to do...
Wait.
You do not...
Would you trust...
Very well.
Lydia.
There must be an... I hate this place.
Hey, Maddie. I hope you like the new command.
Lady, we will leave our ship. Maester Kinnox. You have the temples. Even if you are, you're a
Love it. I love it too. Oh god, my hand. And crit, please. 1 or 2 crits would be nice. Aw, no crits. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Alright. I don't know how much of that I'm gonna lose because I have to do a second fight, but
have. He was and great, trembling at unseen and chased by his fears, never knowing rest. You see, now he has no worries. He has been granted sleep eternal. Death is a sweet slumber. All the pain of life is gently swept away. Ah, yes. So you, if all life were to, do you? Come, Lady Yuna. Come with me to Zanarkand, the lost city of the dead. With death on our side, we will save Spira. And for this, I will take from you your strength, Yuna, your life, and become the next Sin. I will destroy Spira. I will save it.
You're totally nuts!
Unpleasant. Very well. I will give you your death. You seem to want it so.
Go!
No way!
He's a guardian.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and you know what that means? Yuna?
Anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
let's... Hey, come on!
Meet.
Live and let live! I'll be right back. Live and let live!
We escaped with our... I could already tell. I felt like I should... But nothing came.
Well...
We're all... We will have to... You...
Set you up.
Of course.
I always thought that this would be easier somehow. I thought that everyone would help me, with all my friends together beside me. I've been trying so hard.
Maybe... you're trying too hard. They told me. Everything.
Everything? Well, so then... you know.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just... you know, all those things I said. Like, let's go get Sin, or about Xanarkand. I didn't know what would happen to you, Yuna. I guess... I hope it didn't make you sad. Forgive me.
I wasn't sad. I was happy.
Yuna! Just don't do it.
The pilgrimage?
Yeah. That's right. Forget all about Sin. About being a summoner. Forget all of that. You know, live a normal life. Come on now, Yuna, what do you say?
Maybe I will. Wouldn't everyone be surprised?
Yeah. Except Riku. She'd be with you. Lulu and Waka wouldn't hold out long.
Kamari would say yes, too, I know. But Sir Orin...
I'll make him understand, Yuna. It's the least I can do for you.
No, I should tell him. He deserves it. What'll I do if I give up my pilgrimage?
Hey! Xanarkand! Let's go to Xanarkand! Not the one in Spira, the one I'm from. Yeah, we can all fly there. Everyone can go. Then, we'll have a big party at my place.
And then we could see Blitzball.
That's right.
Your Xanarkand Abes would play?
Yeah.
We could all watch you play, in the stadium all lit up at night. I'd cheer and cheer till I couldn't cheer anymore.
Yeah, right on.
Well, what about after the game?
We'd go out and have fun.
In the middle of the night?
No problem.
Xanarkin never sleeps! Let's go to the sea. Before the sunrise. The city lights go out one by one. The stars fade. Then the horizon glows, almost like it's on fire. It's kinda rose-colored, right? First in the sea, then it spreads to the sky, then to the whole city. It gets brighter and brighter, till everything glows. It's really pretty. I know you'd like it.
I'd like to see it. Someday.
Well, you can, Yuna. We can both go.
I can't. I just can't. I can't go. I'll continue. I must. If I give up now, I could do anything I wanted to. And yet, even if I was with you, I could never forget.
I'll go with you.
What?
I'm your guardian. Unless I'm fired.
Stay with me. Until the end. Please.
Not until the end. Always.
Always then. Maybe you should head back to camp first.
Roger.
Wait. I'll go with you. Sir Orin? Waka? Lulu, Kamari? Riku. Everyone, we leave at dawn. And... I'm sorry for putting you through all this. And
Enough. You need your rest.
yes. Good night.
Long ago, the road beyond the...
Many summoners.
I've always known where to go.
I won't let you die. I'll find a way somehow. I told... I guess...
We'll get through this.
Summons from...
We have nothing to...
Yeah.
Lord Seymour's command...
I warn you.
This is...
That way.
Wow, you know you... Huh?
Sometimes I find... She was...
Summoner Yuna and Guardians, leave here at once. Gagazet is Ronso land, sacred mountain of Yevon. The mountain will not bear the footsteps of infidels.
Enemy of Yevon is enemy of Ronso. Leave, traitors!
I have cast aside Yevon. I follow the temple no more.
Then you will die by those words.
So be it. Yevon has warped the teachings and betrayed us all.
Nothing but a bunch of low-down tricksters, eh?
Yeah!
We have no regrets.
Blasphemers!
A summoner and her guardians.
Lord Kelgranso, if I may. Have you not also turned your back on Bevel?
But still, you guard Gagazet as a Ronso, not a Maester. Yuna is much the same.
Elder Kelk! Let Biran rend them asunder! No escape! Not one!
No, we will not flee. We will fight and continue on.
You have been branded a traitor, but still you would fight sin? Lost to the temple, hated by the people, yet you continue your pilgrimage? Everything lost. What do you fight for?
I fight for Spira. The people long for the calm. I can give it to them. It's all I can give. Defeating sin, ending pain. This I can do.
Even sacrificing yourself. Ronso, let them pass. Summoner Yuna, your will is stronger than steel. Tempered steel that even the mightiest Ronso could not hope to bend. Yuna, we bow to your will. Now go. The sacred heights of Gagazet welcome you.
We thank you.
Halt!
Haven't you bothered us enough?
Summoner may pass. Guardians may pass. Kimari not pass. Kimari shame Ronso brothers. Kimari forget his birth. Forget his people. Mountain hate. Then I must prove my strength. See, you not Kimari. This time, I win. I will win.
Why, you... This some kind of Ronso thing?
Kimari problem.
Oh my god! Oh fuck! Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
I wanted to see Eunice. you know.
I got 4 friends.
Let's get him, guys! till we do. Let's go to Xanarkand. We'll find something there. It'll all come together. I know it.
Hey. Just now, you sounded like a leader, you know?
Start.
Huh?
The son of Jack.
Riku.
You are not.
Just.
Now is your time to...
Not.
Save some.
Lady, you... Us. Allow me to say... Yours was truly a gallant race. They threw themselves at me to bar my path. One after another.
Come on.
You could end the suffering of this poor Ronso.
I don't understand you.
Allow Kimari to die and release him from his pain. Spira is a land of suffering and sorrow caught in a spiral of death. To destroy, to heal Spira, I will become Sin. Yes, with your help. Come with... Once I have become the next Sin, your father will be freed again.
What do you know?
Pitiful.
Nice. Oh my god.
Sins. My old man. Sin is my old man. My old man became Sin. I don't know how or why he did it. I felt him inside. And when I did, I knew it was true. My old man's spirit suffered. Sorry.
Knowing that Sin is your father. Still, you know I must.
I know. I think my old...
And that means that I'm gonna cut out like 15 to 20 seconds on this split because I don't have to do another menu. It's done. Well, kinda. I do have to do one menu. Well, no, I can do that all in that menu, and that menu is very small, so whatever. But basically, I get to skip a chest, and I get to... I'm okay.
Awesome.
So basically, it comes down to if I miss an Omnis. So it's better.
What's gotten into?
Wake up.
Wait. Are you... I don't have time.
Yo, it's not that.
Huh?
Long.
Yeah.
Yes. Pavel's Machina assure the summoners Xanarkand. That's why we.
What?
The remaining summoners, they all became.
The summoning.
No. A Xanar.
Oh.
The dreams of the. They summoned all
The people. Me?
Yes. You. Your... And if the fate.
So,
We've been dreaming. Would you, both you and your father, sin the...
What are you...
You two are more... Wake up! Just a... Maybe you...
Are you all...
Hey!
You... What? Nothing. You called... Nothing like a good...
Looks like we got...
If anything should happen, if it gets dangerous...
Right.
Be careful.
She has sent fiend. You...
Lady...
In Zanarkand,
She...
as much as... Lost...
Nothing. Then...
It comes!
Hey,
No need.
I know. Soon means that there's not much time left.
Riku.
Fine. I'll think on the way.
Hey,
We are. We're almost there, aren't we?
we've come.
What's so funny?
You remind me of myself. Before, when we arrived, he will fight. I thought my mind, but when I stood...
Legendary God?
Legendary Guardian. I was just a boy. A boy about your age, actually. I wanted to change the world too. But I changed nothing. That is my story.
A city dead for 1,000 years. A city I had to see with my own eyes. The end of Yuna's journey. The last chapter in my story. My thoughts, they kept floating up and then slipping through my fingers. Slipping away before I could pin them down with words.
Yuna, I say no. If we go down there, then you'll...
Riku. You're a true friend, and I thank you, but... I must go. Down to Zanarkand.
I'm not saying we shouldn't go. But shouldn't we think about it some more? There's gotta be some kind of way we can save you, Yuna!
All my life, I knew this moment would come.
Uni...
Thank you, Riku. Thank you for everything.
Don't say that, Uni. It's not over yet.
Tell Sid. Thank you.
No. You can tell him yourself.
Please.
Uni, don't say that because we're gonna see each other again, okay?
Kimari, let's go. Kimari, when my father wanted, it was you. I had always... I am truly having you as a guardian with... Perhaps that's what I... Yes. If you are all there, and so... Anyway, Sir O... Kimari, do you remember... I was... My father... Everyone was... But when... My father had... Now, I couldn't sleep. I stood on the bridge, standing there. Then, you said you were at first, until I realized you weren't you. When I told you, you said you would take, that it was, I think, because that, and you just, I cried. When you tried to go, I held on to you, and you listened, Kimari. And I've always... Wow. I'll never forget we always... That's why I... And when you refused, I've always... You know, I could tell you were like... I think... I love watching you play blitzball, Waka. I even love it when you scold me, Lulu. Really. I guess that leaves the newest guardian. Star player of the Xanarkand Ames. You are... I am... Well, I'm glad... I'm glad that we met. We haven't even known each other that long, but... It's funny. So this is what it feels like. It's a much more wonderful feeling than anything I had ever imagined. Wonderful. But it hurts sometimes. I wonder... I just want to say thank you for everything. Maybe that's why it hurts. When I think about us never being together again at all. I'm afraid. No, I shouldn't say that. I'll do that part over.
What you up to?
listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Hey, there was more, right? I mean, like that time. Anyone?
I think...
Yes?
I think that we should stop. Maybe. For now.
Let's go.
Nah, I rather know that the only chance in the run is Omnis. I'd much rather have that. I'll take the minor time loss. The reason why I know I'm going to save so much time is because I have a smaller grid than normal, even though I have to do the weapons on this one. That's whatever. But I don't have to do 2 menus like you always have 2 and 4 return, which my PB had 4 return. Honestly, I never thought I would ever get 4 friends. I was always like thinking it was a pipe dream. And now here I am. But I don't have to go out of my way to grab the friend sphere either, because my gridding is basically done, aside from the Lux sphere and BFA stuff. And possibly having to move up to zombie attack. But if I have to move up to zombie attack, I have to walk the grid anyway. Which, whatever. The good news is that I have Riku's overdrive, so I don't have to teach her armor break like I have been in my past few runs, so that'll save a little bit of time on BFA as well. Me recording? Yeah. I always locally record. Even when I had like 25 megabytes up, I always locally record. Always, 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 always. Everyone should always locally record. And then anytime you don't PB, go and delete the VOD. Or go delete the local recording anyway. So that way it frees up space. But never don't locally record your runs. Ever. They're like 15 gigabytes if you do it in a proper size. And 15 gigabytes, anyone should have 15 gigabytes. And then if you PB and all that, you can either store it or you can upload it and then delete it. Whatever. Please, 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 please. Nice. Safety first. Hello? Oh my god.
enjoy your powers. Go to her now. Inside, the lady awaits.
You aren't.
Why didn't you?
If I had told you the truth, would that really have stopped you from coming?
I'm not.
Kimari knows. Kimari knows first. You are safe. Kimari protect.
Lady.
Welcome to Xanarkand. I congratulate you, Summoner. You have completed your pilgrimage. I will now bestow you with that which you seek. The final summoning will be yours. Now, choose. You must choose to become the... There must be a bond. The bond between husband... If that bond is strong... 1,000 years ago, I chose my husband Zale as my faith. Our bond... There is no... You will soon... For once you call... Death. Your father.
It is not too late. If I turn, would you have some other son? But
This is the only way we got now. Fine. Make me the faith. I've been doing my dreams. I wanted to make that show.
Thank you for the luck.
But now I know I'm never gonna see him again. So I'll fight. Then maybe my life. Don't do.
I hope you are doing well.
Believe me, I ain't getting any younger. Chip. What? Sorry. Broskus. Guard him well. Make well.
Lord Brosk,
What do you want?
Sin, it comes back. The cycle will continue. But there's always a...
It's worth. I understand. I'll find a. You. Trust me. I'll think of something.
Thank you for your help earlier. Turns out the guide says it says to attack. So someone needs to make sure that that gets fixed.
We'll break it.
What? You got.
If one of... that still won't change anything, you know? You bring the calm, and then what? That won't break the cycle.
Listen. You want to defeat Sin and keep you.
Yeah, the guide has a couple of
You don't want Sin to come back.
iffy
huh?
spots apparently.
It's just not gonna happen, brother. You know.
If you want every... But I...
Now you.
I give up. So what would an adult do then?
So I did not get lightning steel, but between my MRR, my Strahagens, and getting 2 extra power spheres on Wendigo, so I got like a total of 4, I ended up having all of my power spheres completed before Bevel, so I didn't need to even farm any spears. I had to throw 1 grenade in Thunder Plains for speed spheres.
It'll go the way I want it. Or I'll end it here.
Wait. You say it's your story, but it's my story too, you know? It would be so easy to let my fate just carry me away, following the same path my whole life through. But I know I can't. What I do with no regrets.
No regrets. and I have Riku's Overdrive for BFA. So in this run, I got Shremitied, did not have Riku's Overdrive leaving Seymour, and I had no steals as well. So that's pretty cool.
Have you chosen the one to become your faith? Who will it be?
Might I ask something first? Will Sin come back even should I use the final summoning to defeat it?
Sin is eternal. Every aeon that defeats it becomes sin in its place. And thus is sin reborn.
So that's why Jack became Sin.
Sin is an inevitable part of Spirit's destiny. It is never-ending.
Never ending? But if we atone for our crimes, sin will stop coming back, yeah? Someday it'll be gone, yeah?
Will humanity ever attain such purity?
This cannot be. The teachings state that we can exercise sin with complete atonement. It's been our only hope all these years.
Hope is comforting. It allows us to accept fate, however tragic.
Like, all the way back up at Kilika, I was 1 minute and 5 seconds red.
In all this. Braska believed in Yevon's teachings and died for them. Jack believed in Braska and gave his life for him.
They chose to die.
Like, yeah, let's run, man. Not bad. And I did get the Luck Sphere.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope.
I'm just too close to let it slip away.
They would drown in their sorrow. Now choose. Who will be your faith? Who will be the one to renew Spira's hope?
No, I would have gladly died. I live for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them. But no more. The final summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
No, your father's sacrifice, so they would.
Wrong, my father. My father wanted to make Spira's sorrow go away, not just cover it up with lies.
Sorrow can.
My father, I loved him. So I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life. I will defeat sorrow in his place. I will stand my ground and be strong. I don't know when it will be, but someday I will conquer it. And I will do it without false hope.
Poor you would think. I will free you. It is better for you. Let me.
Now! This is it! Now is the time to choose. Die and be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your stories. Your fate is in your hands.
Yuna needs Kimari. Kimari protect Yuna.
Well, I'm fighting.
I can't believe we're gonna fight Lady Yunalesca. Give me a break.
You could always run.
Always run.
I'd never forgive myself.
No way. Not if I didn't sub 9 now.
Even in death, yeah?
Even in death, yeah. My thoughts exactly.
Yuna! This is our story. Now let's see this thing through together.
Nice crit. I don't know if you guys can really see it. That's a 52-second time gain. 2 minutes and 3 seconds ahead.
Even if there were, you haven't. You... Sparrow, it's been wrong.
That was an orange sword.
Let's do something. Destroy Sin, so it won't come back.
So I got a zombie weapon, right? Isn't all weapons from Unalaska Zombie Strike? That was just Shinyari. It was a blade, I can tell you that. It was Orin's weapon.
There's something you...
I think.
When Braska... I came back here, but she's... Somehow I made... But my strength left me. I told him about... I've been wandering ever... Don't make that face.
Being dead has its advantages.
I was able to ride Sin and go to your Xanarkand.
You've been watching over me since then, haven't you? What's it?
It is one of those things that is difficult to explain. Very well. I will show you. Can I ask? Okay. Take care. My son. He needs someone to take care of. But how am I? There must be a waiting. All right. I will. I give you my word. I'll take care of your son. I'll guard him with my life. Thank you. You were always said.
Hey, Smiley.
I know, but all the... just...
Vama, Vama!
Aren't we?
Where? Why don't you think?
Any... Come. What? Sit. Thus you have... That... So... We think...
Two things I'm bad at.
Two things...
All this time I've been beyond the teaching. I'm sorry.
So,
The teachings
No answer. Must not.
both.
Micah, no.
That's it.
Hey guys, I just had a great idea.
It was my idea. Let me tell them.
It's like this, yeah?
Like this, yeah?
I just thought.
The hymns. Sir Jack, like...
That's why he was.
Sin.
No. I've got...
If we attack Sin, however, if he...
Might be... Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's worth a try.
Yeah. Baby here.
Infidels.
You regret showing your face.
must be the rock. Lady,
Yeah, that's great, but
please wait. Hey! Hey!
See, you.
Just what does he...
time to...
Yeah.
Why are you? You have obtained.
Well,
We fought.
Summoners and guardians.
You have profane fools. You've taken
hey, maybe that's not the...
it was
The Grand.
spirit. You heavens. I had
It.
Lady Una...
Wait!
he who crafts a lot clad, and the only thing that nothing.
This...
Where?
He's not here.
That's odd. Come.
Okay.
Oh,
I must. I must thank you.
so...
So,
Well,
well,
we fought...
yeah, if you tell me.
In minutes?
He's what makes...
Sin.
Question mark?
You haven't. Yet now he is neither. But
Did someone else just get a PB?
yet, even if you defeat you Yev, he will trap
You, yeah.
then protected by for it. But you know there.
I've not been this nervous during a run in
You, when you fight, promise me. I'm afraid
6 months.
we
Excited nerves. Nerves.
we will wait our
I'm nervous as hell,
I'm great.
but on the outside I'm calm as hell.
About.
It's meaning that this is free, so no nerves required.
You're bad.
Oh, holy fuck, that was good. That was funny. Thank you.
It's okay.
maybe
Hey,
it's like what should I, a ship in the sky when they hear it. You don't have a ship in the sky, so
if they do, we...
that's what you can count on me.
the final show. Well,
You Yevon's hiding...
well, that's it.
Well, I do Bahamut first anyway, so.
Right.
I'm 99% sure. I got a weapon from Unalesca,
How's that?
which should indicate that that's a zombie strike weapon, I believe. It's an orange sword. I don't remember what it's called, but it's the orange sword from Unalesca. Shahiri? Something like that. I can never fucking enunciate the word.
I hope everyone...
All right. Are we gonna... The east...
Figures. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a crit on an impulse and rainbow.
Hey, how you plan on getting inside?
If we can't get through the map...
Now that's what I call a plan.
Be done.
I'll give that thing a new blow. I won't tell
Then yeah, I have a zombie strike. My PB had a zombie strike, but it was Riku's, and Riku's is the worst. Riku is definitely the worst one to get a zombie strike on. I lost like 8 seconds comparatively to my 903 and my 901. Two, 4, and 5, probably. That'll be the way to do it. Now, do we take bets on if I get jet beam or not?
Yes.
Not much left. Thank God. Like, look at this, if you can see it. I was 1 minute and 5 seconds red all the way back at Kilika. Like, good God. Your experience jet beam happens 100% of the time. I've only had jet beam happen to me once, ever in a run. I think it's my current PS2 PB that is not uploaded yet.
Everyone, a ship.
No, we're going in. Every blitzer knows. When you got the ball, you gotta score. Hey!
Red 0-0. Lol.
It's going to come back, isn't it?
I know.
What? You're kidding me.
No, we have to beat the guy inside Sin.
The Crusaders would be out of a job if it was this easy, huh?
But it has weakened. I'm sure of it.
Yeah! We're winning!
All right, I'll do what I can with the main gun.
I wonder if Sir Jack is in pain.
Let's just end this. Quickly. The Faith said they'd help us, right?
It bothers me, the way they said that. I mean, they've been fighting alongside us this whole time, but now they say they'll help?
I guess so.
Wait. Sin is reborn when Yu Yevon merges with an Aeon. Isn't that right? If I summon an Aeon, Yu Yevon will join with it. But at first, it'll be small, won't it?
Yeah. Then we might be able to beat it without the final summoning.
I don't know. What if Yu Yevon jumps again?
Then we'll take it down again. We'll fight him until there's no place left to run.
I never thought it would come down to this.
Yeah, I know. Hey, the Faith, they're tired of this whole thing too. Let's let them rest.
The Faith said it's pointless to keep dreaming. The dream will disappear, he said. What did he mean?
brakes.
Let's get ready to blitz!
My story.
I think if you get 4 friends, you have 72 strength instead of 70. So I think I'll be able to end them on the 1 hit, which would be really cool.
I won't go so easy on you next time. Live and let live. 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 I won't go so easy on you next time. This isn't just a rock, is it? I won't go so easy on you next time. Live and let live. I won't go so easy on you next time. Don't you sit. I am part. Singe.
I will learn to control it from within. I have all the time in the world.
Since you were gracious
means of destroying sin is forever gone. Now nothing can stop us.
Well,
But you should.
That's a rainbow.
But even after I am gone, Spira's sorrow will prevail.
Holy fuck.
Sid.
I won't go so easy on you next time. Live and let live. I'll be right back. Live and let live. I'll be right back. I won't go so easy on you next time.
Can it disappear on me? Yep. Alright, that wasn't bad. Now, I'm glad I caught myself. Very minor time loss. You know what, yeah, that was a bit of a time loss, but whatever. I have like 45 seconds to work with. I'm cool. I'll take that little time loss. I made sure that I re-looked at what I was doing. I noticed I fucked up. I know I'm good.
You got tall, but you're all bones. You eating right, boy? You've really grown.
Yeah. You're still bigger.
Well, I am Sin, you know.
That's not fair.
Yeah, it's... as long as I don't fuck up my spare change, this is done. It's over. It's done. This is it. This is sub 9.
Let's end this.
Even if I lose a little bit of time here, it's still... it's done. It's not over until it's over, I know, but I've done the execution and gotten the luck and all that. Like, if this, yeah, it's free. I've been telling y'all it's free, did you know? On my 123rd attempt, and tomorrow's my birthday. Warp it up, wrap it up. So, it's like FF10 is giving me an early birthday present.
When it starts, I won't be myself anymore. I won't be able to hold myself back.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm sorry.
That's enough!
I just need to finish, that's all.
Let's finish this, okay?
As long as I finish on this pace, it's sub 9. God. That was a really good egg game. Even getting the one encounter, that was still really good. Minus the one that came up my ass and I had to wait for it to disappear. So in reality, I had like 2 of them I needed to do that with. Also, look at Tidus's hand. Next time you do this cutscene yourself, you notice, like, right here, his fingers all the way to the left. Ugh. I just cannot believe it. Like... It doesn't feel real. Not yet. And it's not over till the fat lady sings. And I'm not singing, so... In before Jet Beam. Oh well. It's gonna be like a 12:15, so I'm gonna lose like 7 seconds, I think. Oh, not even. A lot. Oh. Okay, never mind. My math is off. Fuck. I'm too nervous to math. Oh, fuck. Lost 1.3 seconds.
Gonna cry. You always cry. See? You're crying. Save it for later.
We've got a job to do, don't we?
Good. That's right. You are my son, after all.
You know, for the first time, I'm glad to have you as my father.
Sir Jack, I should...
No. Yuna, there's no time.
You stay away!
Yuna, you know what to do. The Aeons.
We Aeons.
Call them.
Call us.
it comes.
Here it comes.
Oh my god.
Everyone? This is the last time we fight together. Okay? What I'm trying to say is, after we beat
Less than a minute, man.
I'll disappear.
What are you talking about?
Tita, shut up. We got people to do. Fucking, we got shit to do, dude.
I'm saying goodbye.
Not now.
I know it's selfish, but this is my story.
God. Thanks, guys. Never saw a 9-hour time. Not a 9-hour time. Went from 9:01 directly to an 8:59. That's how you do it. First try. Thank you so much, guys. It's fucking finally done, dude. Oh my god. I can't fucking believe it. Nemesis runs. I haven't done Nemesis in a while. I had PS4 and PC Nemesis records at the same time once upon a time. Maybe after OOA. Maybe. Still, just... I can't fucking believe this, dude. Like, I don't even know how to feel, like... I'm in awe, dude. Now time for sub 855. Maybe. I'm gonna step away from FF10 for a while to focus on 12 and 15. And then after I get those done, I'll come back and then I'll grind for like an 854, 853 with the minute stuff.
This is your world now.
FF10 gave me a very early birthday gave me an early birthday present that was so good. One day early. Like, look at this. Like, I'm a minute and 5 seconds red leaving Kilika in this run. And then like, okay, it's pretty good. Pretty good. And then I get 4 friends. Like, wow. Just wow. All I can say. Yeah, I don't even know exactly how to feel, like I said, man. It's just so...
Goodbye.
We're gonna see you again!
Yeah. That's a very good point. So I'm gonna cut it off before the credits because I'm tired of getting copyrighted on YouTube. But thank you again so much, everyone, for at least hanging out what you can with the shitty stream. I'll start uploading this as soon as I can. I can't do it today. I have people coming over and I need to turn off my computer so the 3-year-old doesn't mess with my computer, but you know how it is. What part's copywriting me? It's the song at the end. I'd rather have no edits on the video at all, considering that it's a run. If it was like highlights or whatever, then yeah, sure. But I don't think that's the smart choice in this case. No offense.
Everyone has lost something precious.
Anyway, guys.
Everyone here has lost homes, dreams.
I think YouTube allows you to do that actually now.
Everybody. Now, Sin is finally dead.
So hopefully that will be
Spira is ours again.
easy enough to do. If that indeed does come up as a copyright, I'll mute the audio at the end. On my videos anyway. I just want to cut it. Yeah, I feel. Like I said, I just want to cut it because honestly, I'm so drained. I'm crashing so hard already. And I don't know if I can make it through the credits. But thank you so much for the offer. Thank you, everyone. Never forget your first sub 9. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.